running green pumpkin. I use Lure Works. I don't know if you can see that light's kind of reflected on it. Lure Works green pumpkin. Alright. That was 1, 2, 3, and 4 milliliters. Go. What's going on? Welcome everybody. How's the sound? I got my fans going. Can y'all hear me all right? What's going on, Rob? How was your vacation? I do love me a good green pumpkin, man. It's not fancy, but man, it's nice. Morning. Good. I'm glad you had a good vacation, Rob. It's always a good thing. I'm gearing up for mine, getting excited. Let's see, it was a quarter per cup. Okay. Just gonna take this lid off. Getting low on flake. I gotta remember, I'm gonna end up not being able to do anything without my black flake. 1 cup, 2 cup, trace cup, quattro. All right. What's that comment not going away? My pinned comment's still down here. That's annoying. Get it together, YouTube. Alright. Blue flake. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. That's it. That's the ticket. All right. Love up. Dumper Rob, did y'all end up swinging into Winchester to say goodbye to Jenny like you planned to? I have not yet. I don't know when she's leaving. I guess I need to go down there. She actually just emailed me. They just placed their order. Their first order of spring. Like literally 5 minutes ago. Oh, shice. Did it again. I did that yesterday. Leaving my valve open. Pouring plastic everywhere. Making a mess. Can't blame it for being live. I did it yesterday not being live. Never made it. Things happen. Things do indeed happen. Bummer. Guess you'll have to go to Austin now. I don't know if you've ever been. I love Austin. I used to have to go there for training with a company I worked for years ago. It's a cool city. It's fun. There's a lot to do. Whole lot to do. Especially if you like food. I sure do. Put that back down. Alright. Get this one going. And we'll be shooting baits. We are shooting some rigs, river rigs, tactical nukes, and twitch switches today. So finesse worms, little drop shot worms, and then some split tail minnows. Check out the new jig. Finally got my order in. If you're familiar with the jigs that I was using, you will see that is different. There's a lot more. Come on, focus. Come on, GoPro. Focus. There's a lot more ribbing, I guess you would say. So it's gonna lock in there better, and that slight downward tilt in front of the jig head there also keeps to help it from spinning. I'm still coating them with the bond coat, so that really locks them in. But eventually, you're going to want to reuse this, put it in another bait, and that little downward bend there in front of the tie-on eye is designed to help it not rotate as much inside your bait. So upgrade on the jigs, and I'm outsourcing them, so I don't have to spend a week doing jigs, which is great. What is the twitch switch? The twitch switch is the finesse worm, like the robo worm. I have some over here. That guy. I mean, those are obviously curing on the sprue, but 5 1/4 inch finesse drop shot worm. I mean, you don't have to drop shot it. I have guys who put them on shaky heads and have good success with them, but most of my guys that are fishing the twitch switch are fishing it on a drop shot. What do you want? No, I don't want that. Oh. Yeah, didn't you pick a bag of those up when you came to the Jake's event? And like Voodoo, maybe? I think you did. Or I could be remembering incorrectly, but I thought you did. All right. We've got some busy days ahead of us in the Charles household, I will tell you that. I got my son coming in from Texas. He lands at like 11 p.m. on Friday. That's going to be fun. He'll be here for the weekend. We have a wedding in the family. And then about a week or two after that, maybe 3 weeks, it's hard work making art. My parents are coming into town from Panama for Mother's Day. They'll be here for weeks, and then after that, we're actually going back with them. And so you won't see me for 2 weeks. In fact, I got to start. I need to start recording some videos and putting them in on like a schedule, so that my videos will stay up while I'm gone. Oh yes, fun times, fun times. Ooh, come on, peel out, baby. That's right. You gonna come out whole? Oh, you did. I love it when it does that. And shoot. Melt it down. All right. It's hard work. Making me think a white man can't jump. Hard work being so pretty. Oh yeah. What's going on? That was a really long name. I didn't read it. Wapsie River. Wapsie River. I've heard of Wapsie River. Where is that? Well, you would know. Where's the Wapsie River? I have heard of Wapsie River. Unless you're gonna be like, yeah, no, we made that up. I'm pretty sure I've heard of that. Out west, I think, isn't it? I want to say I've heard of the Wapsie River. Maybe in Canada? Yeah, I just pissed somebody off. Iowa, okay, out west. That's what my first gut instinct was west. Yeah, I mean I'm in Virginia, West Virginia now. I'm East Coast, so it's a pretty good guess. If I don't know exactly where it is, it's probably out west. That's awesome. Welcome. I don't recognize your name. Is this your first time in one of my lives? Either that or I just have a horrible memory. I apologize. No, not Canada. Yeah. As soon as I said that, I was like, oh, just stepped on somebody's toes. Oh, hey, at least you didn't be like, screw this guy, I'm out. Oh, gracious. Stuff does not want to come out. I got 2 minutes. Let's try it again. The joys of running shooting star. I should not complain. I love my shooting star. Anybody else in here have a shooting star? Because actually I have a question. If you do, I'm going to try to find somebody in the industry that has one that I can bounce some either questions off of or ideas. Somebody else who deals with it. It's just a fun. Don't have a shooting star. Just saw you on break at work. Well, man, that's awesome. I appreciate you popping in. For sure. Been hard at it for a couple of days. I have one of my tackle shops up in Pennsylvania. Already had an order in, a big order, and basically called me up, super excited, and doubled everything. Not a complaint. Thank you, Jim and Gina. But I was like, oh. It's like, okay. And with the shooting star, it's great. The volume's good. But what? Yeah, I could ask Adam. I should reach out to Adam. In his videos, he doesn't use the shooting star much, but he's probably doing it for production. But switching between colors, that's the thing that I'm running into. Obviously I can just do it, and then I'm going to sacrifice some plastic because you don't get all of it out, right? It doesn't mean you can hook this thing up and pull and pull and pull and pull. There's still some plastic. Like right now I'm doing green pumpkin. If I wanted to go do white pearl after this, then the first couple of shoots is going to have green pumpkin mixed in it, and it's going to look like pea soup, right? I'm trying to avoid that, although maybe that's just part of the industry and you can't avoid it. I'm just trying to figure out how other people with shooting stars switch between colors in the same day. If you let it cool down and it solidifies, I got that down. I got a little air compressor. I shoot the air in, clear the lines out. Like that's not a problem. But while it's still hot, don't let it cool down because that takes a while. Switching colors while it's still hot. That's something that I need to ask somebody about. Hopefully somebody will either pop in today that knows or see this video, this live after it posts as a video and drop a comment. I surely would appreciate it. And it might just be you just got to suck it up, Buttercup. That might be what it is. Suck it up and sacrifice your plastic. It'll up the waste factor, but it would also double my production, so probably just worth it. All right, here we go. What did we say? 4 milliliters. 4 milliliters for a 4 cup. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, there we go. All right, let's get this in here. All right. Side. Go. Get it away. Mix her up. Alright, 347. Got that in there. Only lost a couple degrees. Can't complain. When I first started making baits, I was using MF's green pumpkin. I switched to Lure Works, and I've got to tell you, I think it's been an upgrade. I know that's them's fighting words to some people. There's a lot of people out there who love them some MF green pumpkin. Don't get me wrong, I do too. It's really nice color, but something about this Lure Works MF, I like it. I think I like it better. I don't think that's avoidable in my mind. But that is what I'm thinking. We might have to suck it up back up. Yeah, I gotta get back to work. Still at $8.99 for subbing. Still growing. Oh, awesome, man! If I haven't subbed to you, I'll shoot you a sub. Actually, my phone is free, so I'll shoot you a sub here in just a second. Absolutely, man. My pleasure for the videos. I love doing them. Don't get to do them enough. Have a great day. All right. Let's see. Quarter per. Don't want to mess this part up. 1, 2, trace. All right. All right. Colors are mixed. We're good to go. Clean that out later. All right, let's see. How many bags do I need? I need 3 bags of the rig. That's it? Oh, that's because they already got one. Alright. Load up the rig mold. Wish I could get another camera view over here. I guess I can. I just gotta make it happen, right? Alright. And river rigs. Okay. Let me bring this order over here closer. So I'm not continuously walking out of frame. 3 of those. No tracers. Okay. 7 river rig bags. 6 tactical nukes. 6 twitch switch. Alright. We want to put this set up. Anyone know how to do profit margins? Yeah, I do. What's your question? Like, in general, just how to figure out what your profit margins are? I'm happy to lend any knowledge that I have gathered over the years. But that's a big question. Narrow that down for me a little bit, and I will be glad to help as much as I can. All right, let's do it. And also, I guess, how exact you want that to be. Trying to supply for Woodies and they're asking for numbers, and I've tried to figure it out, and it's so confusing. Trying to supply for Woodies. I don't know what that means. I'm assuming Woodies is a tackle shop. They want to know what your profit margins are. They want a supply cost. I mean, I don't want to overstep my bounds here, so you can definitely tell me to mind my business, but I'll be honest with you, if a tackle shop asked me for my profit margins, I would laugh in their face. That is not something that you should be asked to share with a tackle shop, and it's not something that you should share with a tackle shop. It's a campground. Well, still, it's a retail place. That's none of their business. I mean, they don't know how much Shimano has in their rods or reels, right? I mean, that's a crazy ask. I'm in multiple tackle shops and retail places, and I've never had anybody ask me what my profit margins are. That's insane. That's an insane question, honestly, to be asked. Now, that's none of my business. If you want to give them that info, that is between you and God, and them, obviously. So profit margins, you need to figure out how much your baits cost you, obviously, and then figure out what you're going to sell them for, and that part in between that's left over are your profit margins. So the most difficult part is going to be figuring out how many baits you can get out of a bucket. I'm assuming you're buying, if you're supplying retail, you're probably buying your plastic and 5-gallon buckets. That's the most difficult part. To get an exact cost, that's the most difficult part, because there's going to be waste, right? You're going to have, I'm sure you do if you're making baits, you got stuff like this sitting everywhere. Little pucks left over here, there. This costs you money. The pigment in there costs you money. The flake in there costs you money. So, you know, you can reuse it, obviously, but I don't know about you guys. I can't tell you how many of that stuff I have thrown away. Or given away. I've got bait making friends who a lot of times I just give pucks to. But anywho, so that's the hardest part. The basic rule of thumb is to assume a 20% waste. With a shooting star, it's going to be a little bit less because my pucks aren't that big. I mean, I end up with, well, here, I'll show you. That is the waste at the bottom of my shooting star. When I get up in the morning and clean it out, that's what I pull out. So it's a lot less. Another thing you have to think about, and if I offend you with something that you know, I don't know you. I'm not trying to offend you. I apologize. But like if you're shooting a laminate, and you can't, like if this is green pumpkin, right? So when I shoot these molds, I can take the little sprues and whatnot, I can chop them up, melt them down, pour it back in here, and I can reuse that stuff. But if I'm shooting one of my colors that's, a huckleberry fin that's got a purple back and a pearl belly, well, I can't chop that up and reuse it, right? Because then it's going to change the color of everything. So that is just waste, unless you just take it and do remelt stuff with it. But for all intents and purposes, that needs to be considered waste. So that's going to be one of the most difficult things for you to calculate to get an exact cost of how much it costs you to make your baits. The other semi-challenging thing, do I have to account for each color in my color line? Do I have to account for each color? So, I mean, I would go, so if you're going to start trying to break it down to how much your pigments and your flakes cost you, that I wouldn't. Honestly, I really wouldn't. I mean, if you think about it, I've been making baits full time for soft plastic for 3 years. I've been doing it full time for 3 years. I've replaced 5 things of pig. They last a long time. Now I'm making bigger batches. I've got more retail. My sales have gone up. So now, like I just did a run of monkey milk yesterday. It was the first time I opened this thing yesterday, right? So maybe I need to look at this. Now this was brand new yesterday, and my run took it down to there. So almost half the bottle in one run. Now it was a big run. I made a crap ton of baits. But this is kind of nominal. If you think about it, you're paying what, $7, $8, $9 for a bottle of pigment, depending on who you're buying it from, and you're getting hundreds of baits out of that. You're talking cents per bait. So again, if you really want to break this down and get like crazy specific, you're gonna put yourself into madness. How much each color? The cost of your colors shouldn't vary too much. I mean, I get it. Some, like when I make my voodoo color, there's 60 drops of chameleon per cup, right? But when I make my cookies and cream color, there's 20 drops per cup. So there's a cost difference. But again, you're talking cents on the bait. You're talking 2-3 cents on the bait. And I haven't broken mine down like that. What you really want to look at is how big your baits are, and you can do displacement for that. So get yourself like a glass measuring container that has milliliters on it. I know we don't want to do milliliters, but there's a reason why the rest of the world uses the metric system, and it's way more accurate. So get one that has metric milliliters. Fill it up to whatever, 3/4. Take a piece of, I don't have any around here anymore. Just take like a thin little piece of like a wire, stick it in the nose of your bait, and push that bait down into that clear container, and whatever it goes up to, the difference between those two numbers, that's how many milliliters of plastic it took to make that bait. It's a displacement is what it's called. So that's the easiest way for you to figure out. Like for instance, I know I can make right about 2,500 of these that I'm about to shoot. These my split tail minnows. So I can go, okay, 2,500 of those per 5-gallon bucket of plastic. I sell them at X amount. There's X number in a pack. The bucket cost me this. And then you can add 5 cents. And that's even probably going to be high. Add 2 or 3 cents per bait for your pigment and flake costs. Now, I hate to say this, but you asked me a question, and I'm trying to give you as much value in your question as possible. I'm certainly not trying to cast shade. This guy's awesome. His products are amazing. But like if you start using like 8-bit products in your baits, that's different. That is much more pricey, and then you're going to want to figure that stuff out, especially when they come in tiny little containers like this, right? I mean, when you get this, if you're going to do a big batch of baits for like tackle shops, one batch is going to use this up. And I don't remember how much this costs, but it's not cheap. So that you want to figure in. But if you're just using regular old glitter from Barlow's or Bait Plastics or Dead On, you're using regular pigment from Lure Works, Dead On, MF, any of the main supply, Circle B is a great one. If you're using them, we're talking cents per bait, so I typically add maybe 10 cents to a bag, 10 or 12 cents of cost to a bag of baits, depending on how many baits I have in it. I hope that helps, but you're just looking at cost versus what you charge, right? And the difference there, those are your profit margins. But I highly recommend you tell them to pound sand, because there's no reason in the world for you to give them that information, unless there's just something in this whole thing that I don't know. Obviously, I don't know anything about it. It's none of my business to even tell you that. But as one bait maker who does this full time for a living, to somebody who's obviously making baits and selling them for retail, that's outlandish. Like, that's insane. That is crazy that somebody would ask you what your profit margins are. Absolutely not. I would never give that information out. And I will tell you, if they're doing that, they're about to lowball you. That's a fact. I can tell you that. If that's what they're focused on, what your profit margins are, they're about to lowball you. They're going to try to get your baits for as cheap as they possibly can. I would not give them that information, but that's just me. Sorry, I know I'm stepping on, well, I don't know, but I may be stepping on toes, and I apologize if I am. All right, let's shoot some baits. You're absolutely welcome, man. I hope I didn't step on your toes. I really hope I didn't. I will tell you, if you're selling just straight soft plastics, and I don't know if you're doing this like full time, and I don't know if you're still in here because I've lost a couple of people, but I will also tell you this: if you're small, like a one-man operation, you do everything for Glub. Oh wow, Glub Puff. That's probably not your bait business name. That doesn't sound like a fishing thing. But save the tackle. I mean, I'm in two. And that's just because I hadn't figured this out before I got in them. But the fact of the matter is, you're going to wholesale to tackle shops. So you're giving anywhere from 30 to 40% off of your baits right up front. You're already cutting into so much of your money by doing that. I would highly recommend, I don't know if you have a shooting star or some kind of a system to help you, but if you're doing this with Pyrex cups and hand injectors, I would suggest getting on TikTok and selling them on TikTok. I would suggest getting on Whatnot. Highly suggest getting on Whatnot. I'll put it to you this way. I'm considering shutting my website down because of finding Whatnot. And you can sell direct to customers. Cut the middleman out. Keep your 30 or 40%. And I will tell you this. I saw a 6-pack of Core Shot Cincos. I've got the video, actually, because I'm not recording this on my phone. I'll show you. I'll prove it to you if you want to see. I saw a 6-pack of Core Shot Cincos from 99 Strikes, and they were dope. They were dope. They sold for $26 for a 6-pack. I guarantee you that's not the price of those baits on the shelf. People get into this feeding frenzy on Whatnot, and you will sell your baits for more than you even charge for them on Whatnot. Sometimes, it's like anything. It's like any kind of social media. You got to build up your followers. But I was planning on hitting the trail hard this year and trying to get into a bunch of tackle shops. I have canceled that since I have found Whatnot. I'll let my website do passive generation sales, and I will be on Whatnot selling. That's where you'll make a lot more money. You'll keep a lot more of your money. And then you can turn that around and put it back into your business. The lonely minnow. I have been called worse, Rod. I have been called worse. What is Whatnot? Good, you're still in here. 1 second, I've got hot plastic. Hold on. I don't know if you can hear me here. You probably can. That's a decent microphone. Whatnot is an app on your phone. And you don't have to be in front of the camera. I don't know how comfortable you are with that. You can be behind the camera. I highly suggest that what you do is download Whatnot, set up an account. In fact, if you really want to be awesome, go to my Instagram and find where I announced I was going to go on Whatnot. I have a link that invites you to Whatnot, and if you use my link and then sign up, you'll get $15 in credit to use on Whatnot. A free 15 bucks. And it also helps me out. I think I get like 5 once you do that. But I'm telling you, you go on Whatnot, you can buy. First of all, if you just want to buy baits, good lord, you can get some really cool baits on there. But for selling, it's awesome. If you're familiar with like TikTok and how people sell through TikTok, very similar. I just have a personal vendetta out against TikTok. Absolutely loathe TikTok, so I don't use TikTok. But Whatnot's amazing. I did, I'm not trying to, I appreciate that. What's up, Alex? What's up, Noah? Well, hey, you guys want to know about TikTok? Smalley Smasher 23. He's a believer as well. I did a glove puff. Just to give you an idea, I did a 3-hour, 45-minute show and was like this far under $400 in sales. That's when I went, holy crap. My brother has been trying to get me to sell my baits on Whatnot literally for like 2 years. And my answer has always been, I didn't drop the amount, I didn't drop thousands of dollars on a website to go and sit behind my telephone and start selling baits. Whatnot's awesome. Blah, 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 like I knew. And then I finally, 2 years later, went on and did one show, and I called him. I was like, I'm sorry that I was so arrogant. I'm sorry that I didn't listen to you. That was amazing. It's a game changer, honestly. It's a game changer. I have been looking in the future going, I want to get a Big Blue. If you don't know what a Big Blue is, it's a production machine. Like it's big and it's blue. It is actually big and blue, but you load the molds in. Like instead of molds like this, you've got molds that are like this big, and you load them in, right? And it closes. You hit a button and it goes, and it shoots everything for you, and then it opens up 20 seconds later, and you pull all the baits out, hit the button, closes. Like literally every 30 seconds, whatever your cavity, if it's 20 cavity, you're making 20 baits every 30 seconds. You can just, and as you can imagine, those machines are quite pricey, and it's always been a pipe dream. But now that I'm on Whatnot and I'm looking at the potential for Whatnot, I'm looking at, okay, I could actually get there in a year. Like I can take all my Whatnot sales, put that over here, and Bent Rod could take off like in a year. If I get a Big Blue, trust me, it will. Highly recommend you check out Whatnot, especially if you're comfortable. Here we go again. That must be a Noah. But yeah, Whatnot, if you're comfortable behind the camera, if you're comfortable talking to people and selling your product, not just going, hey, here it is. And I'm going to do, if you want, I don't know what your timing is. How do they buy your stuff? Okay, 1 second. So on April 18th, Whatnot just announced that they're having a full day where they don't take commissions. So that is part of your answer. Um, how do they buy your stuff? So Whatnot doesn't buy your stuff. The people do, and they literally you sit there on your like if you're a buyer on Whatnot, so you're just sitting there watching a Whatnot show. There's one button on the bottom. This is what makes Whatnot so awesome. Like if you go to my website and you are looking at my baits and you say add to cart, right? So at that point, the sale has happened. In your mind, the sale has happened. Add to cart, sold, right? But you still have to add other things. Then you have to go to the cart. Then you have to choose shipping. Then you have to choose this. And there's so many steps since your mind said, I want that bait. The more steps there are from that moment where the customer says, I want it, to actually paying for it, the more chances they have to go, maybe not. On Whatnot, it's one button. So if they go, oh, I want that, and they hit it, sold. Like before you can even buy on Whatnot, you have to go in, put in your credit card information, you put all that stuff in there. And so if they're sitting there and they go, I want that, boom, it's sold. Like it is sold. They don't have to do anything else. And I'm telling you, it starts this whole like feeding frenzy. And you can do auctions. This was the fun part. It's actually fun to do Whatnot as a seller because I would I would put something up for auction, right? I would start a bag of the rig at $6. I normally sell them for $9 at full price. MSRP is $9 for a bag of the rig. I would start the auctioning at $6, and one guy, Big Hoss, would go boop, and he'd put the auction in. He bid, and I'd see, Big Hoss bids $6. So I would start to egg them on. And I'd be like, Big Hoss, thanks for the auction. Hey, J19, you gonna let him come in here and take that? Come on, man, you ain't gonna let him take that. And then boom, J19 will hit. I'm like, oh, J19. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. Big Hoss, you gonna let him just slap you in the face like a Big Hoss will come back. And then there's a chat. People are laughing. They're having a blast. And you're just sitting there watching your $6 bid go 7, 8, 9, 10, boom. And it sold for $1 more than I even sell it for at full price on my website. Some of them did. You can put combos. You can take multiple bags of baits and go, okay, here you go. I'm going to put this bag, and this bag, starting the bidding here. Or you can just say, hey, here's this. I got it at 10% off, and you can run it for a minute, and just and you have your inventory loaded in, and people just go bloop, 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 and they buy it. And you just watch the sales tick off. April 18th, I will be on there. So if you do use my link on Instagram, it will automatically have you follow me. So on April 18th, I believe it's a Saturday, I think, or Friday. It's weekend. Look out for my notification. I'll come on and you can watch my show. I'm not asking you to buy anything, but you can watch my show. You can see how I do it. I've only done one. This will literally be my second show. As soon as I did that Whatnot show, all my tackle shops ordered. And that's why I'm so passionate about this. Like, I love my tackle shops. Jim and Gina, if you see this, you're amazing. Jared, Ginny, Jerry at Jake's Bait and Tackle, y'all are amazing. But I'm sitting here going, man, now I'm making hundreds of bags of baits and immediately losing 40% of my profit right off the bat. Like, I'm working for 40% less now than I would have been if I didn't have tackle shops. Because I could just sit here. I got a box over there with 1,000 jigs in it for the rig. And I sell the rig 3-pack at $9 a pack. Like, that's 333 bags of the rig. If I had those made up in 2 days, in just maybe 2 colors, I could go on to Whatnot and sell all of those in the course of 2 or 3 days. And just sit there and as soon as I get up, hop in, it'll get busy. If you've ever done an expo, it's kind of like that. Like you go to the Richmond Fishing Expo, they open the doors and you're slammed for an hour, but then it's dead for an hour, right? Don't log off, sit there. You'll have people pop in. Just be like, yeah, it's slow. You create fans that way. It's crazy. I started that one show I did, I started it with 13 followers. By the time I was done, and 3 hours and 45 minutes later, I had 118 followers, and people messaging me going, please message us when you do another show. This was awesome. We loved it, and we're definitely coming to your shows in the future. I'm telling you, selling your baits on Whatnot is awesome. Highly recommend. I shouldn't be telling people this. It's going to increase the amount of competition I have on there, but I try to help people. Here we go. Some drop shot worms. Juicy green pumpkin. There's the light. Green pumpkin, blue flake. She's nice. She's nice. All right. Let me get these hung up. Oh, I've lost some. Okay. What up, Rob? Okay, saw that. Oh, here we go again. Saw that. How do they buy your stuff? Okay. They make it way too easy. They do. They do make it way too easy. It's great. It's great when you're selling. They do make it way too easy. I have only bought one thing on Whatnot, and that was just to support my brother, because he sells on Whatnot, and I'm not even into what he sells, but he bought. I think he was the first person to buy a bag of baits on mine, and that was exactly what it needed. Like when somebody saw somebody buy, boom, boom, and then the sales. It was like a domino. So I was watching one of his shows. It was slow, and I'm like, you know what? Bloop, and I bought something. It didn't have the same effect for him, but I bought something. That's the only time I've ever bought. Was just to support my brother. What time on the 18th? Oh, you're welcome, man. On the 18th, that's a good question. I probably, as long as I don't have anything else scheduled, I'm getting on early. I'll probably get on like 10 a.m. maybe even earlier, and stay on either until I'm out of baits, or until it's late. But so to give anybody, what's going on, Dan? Or Daniel? Sorry, I'm Daniel. I hate it when people call me Dan. I don't know why I did that. So on April 18th. Whatnot has decided not to charge commission. So Whatnot charges you, if you sell baits on Whatnot, they charge you 3% of your sale. That's their commission, right? So again, it's a lot better than letting it go at 30 or 40% to a tackle shop. Love my tackle shops, but you want to make money, you want to maximize your profits, sell it direct to customer. Direct to customer sales is way better than retail, especially if you're small. Even if you have a shooting star, that's still small. I'm still very small. There are guys with Zorns out there producing 60 baits every 30 seconds. And those guys are selling on Whatnot. There's some businesses on Whatnot that you're going to be like, wow, these guys are on here? Yep. Yep. BizBaits is pretty big. They're on there constantly. And I will tell you want to see a show go, sit there and just watch and keep semi-track of how much they sell an hour. I mean, they're selling hundreds of dollars in baits an hour. And that guy gets on there for 5, 6, 7 hours at a time, just boop, 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 putting it up in front of the camera. People bid, sold. Hey, congratulations! Put the next one up. I mean, that guy's got it. He's got his fan base down. I want to be like BizBaits. That's one of the small businesses that I saw early when I first started Bent Rod, and I was like, that's who I want to be. You see them at a show. Their employees look like they came straight from Chick-fil-A. I'm talking polos, pressed, clean haircuts, standing there with their arms crossed in front of them. Very, they don't just sit there and watch. They're not on their phone looking at you or Facebook the whole time they're at a show. I mean, they're on it. They're like, those guys know how to freaking hire. I will tell you that right now. I've been uber impressed by BizBaits, and that guy on there, freaking just selling baits, just slinging them, and getting good money for them. Like, it's not like he was selling them for dirt cheap. Some people do. Some people on there sell pounds of soft plastics for $5, right? That's not. That's what they do. You don't have to do that. All right. I don't know why I put my gloves back on. I got to demold it. I got to get off this Whatnot trainer. I'm never going to make baits. Yes. Oh, yes. Well, there you go. Probably the one that's going to catch. Thought I had it cleaned out. See that white spot? That's monkey milk. Alright, that's alright. That one's going in my tackle box. So what is your pros and cons of selling to a tackle shop? I mean, the pros of selling to a tackle shop are some people don't like shopping online. So you reach those people. And listen, I'm not talking smack about them. I've got family that live in Alabama, and I tell them I have a website. If you guys, and they buy my baits, they refuse. They text me, hey, da 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 da, and then I'll make an invoice and email it to them, and they pay it. They still pay it online. They refuse to shop on a website. It has opened. Owning a website has opened my eyes. I mean, if my own family won't do it, then I know that there are random randos out there who love to fish and who would love my baits that just don't like going to websites and buying baits. They want to, I mean, my family's not even sitting there. Some guys want to open up the bag, They want to smell the plastic. They want to feel it. They want to see, okay, that's soft plastic. I mean, some guys are just very what's the word? Tactile. Like they want to see it. They want to smell it. They want to actually hold it in their hand. So you're going to get those people. It makes you look more official, for sure. If you do get in a tackle shop, you want to pump it up. Pump it up. Talk about them all the time. Link to them. Take advantage of that, because listen, they got between 30 and 40% off on your baits. You got to get something to try to make up for that. So if you're in tackle shops, talk about it. Hey guys, I just dropped this off. Anytime you do a delivery to a tackle shop, blow it up on your social media. Let everybody know, and you can like hashtag for the area. I don't know how savvy you are for like SEO, but because I had a website built and I refuse to pay somebody $300 a freaking month to keep my website SEO, I've learned how to do it myself. So I do my own SEO, and at first I wasn't good at it, but I've gotten quite good at it now, and my traffic has gone up significantly. It just sucks because my inventory, like my website's almost out completely. I'm so low on it. My website got, I think, 40 bags of baits available on it. I do not have much. I went on to Whatnot. I had, I don't know, 50 bags of baits, like earmarked for my Whatnot sale. I was sold out. Those were gone in 2 hours. And I told people, hold on. And I came behind me and was grabbing inventory and doing temporary listings, not even like full picture description. Just here it is. This is another one I have, and putting it up there. And once people get going, once your show starts to sell, it just, you don't want that engine to stop. And so I started. I mean, I ended up so low on baits, it wasn't funny. And then of course, as fate would have it, my tackle shops reach out. They go, hey, I want 10 bags of this, 10 bags of this, 10 bags of this, 10 bags. I'm like, oh crap. I've never complained about a sale, but I was like, well, I know what I'm doing for the next 3 weeks. That's mine. We're gonna put that up here. But anyway, I hope that was helpful. I know you asked about profit margins, but that kind of took a little rabbit trail there. Are you judging me? Always, Noah. Where did that red flake come from? How is there a red flake? I didn't have red flake in my baits yesterday. What did I do the day before? Cookies and cream, and I didn't have a good grief. That piece of red flake has been hanging out in my shooting star for months. Oh, it was the worms. Got it. All right, I need 3 bags. 1, 2 more of these. Order. Wait. Did not have my compressor on. All right, let's see. Oh, pros and cons of tackle shop. Come on. So cons of tackle shops. I mean, obviously the discount. That's a big discount. One thing that I've learned now doing this for about 4.5 years full time, if you're gonna start wholesaling, you need to have inventory, like a ton of it. Wholesaling should be like, I need to get rid of this. That's when you start wholesaling. But if you're thinking, I don't know how I'm gonna keep up, it is not time for you to wholesale. I started wholesaling way too early. You hear people say all the time, oh, it ain't my first rodeo. Well, this was my first rodeo. I've never started a business before. I've never owned a business before. I have learned this by stubbing my toe, falling on my face, almost lost the business 4 times, 3 times last year. Last year was rough for Bent Rod. I updated my resume. I started applying for jobs. Luckily for me, I'm almost unhireable now. In my upper 40s, and I've been self-employed for almost 5 years. Any of the jobs that I'm looking for, they're not interested. So I'm glad now because it forced me to stick with it. It forced me to figure out what I was doing wrong and to figure out how to fix it. And now things are really looking up. Like I've learned a lot because it was like, okay, well, I'm going to be homeless or I'm going to figure this out. So anyway, but I would say unless you're sitting there going, holy crap, I've got way too much inventory, I need to move some of this, I wouldn't even do tackle shops yet. Do direct to customer. You'll keep more of your money. You'll make it faster. Than however, I don't know how you're selling now. Absolutely. I'm glad it's been helpful, and I'm not just sitting here blowing smoke at somebody who's like, oh my, shut up, dude. I regret ever asking this question. I'm glad. I was hoping. I ramble. I have been told thousands of times in my life, oh, you like the sound of your own voice. I can talk. For sure. I've been in sales since I was 18. But I'm glad it's helpful, man. I hope it does truly help you. This bait looks really good. Green pumpkin. So I can give you all that information, shooting star information for sure. I'm going to start it off with some really bad news on the shooting star front, and I hope they get it figured out. But apparently, I don't know if you know what I mean when I say Oster, O-S-T-E-R. So think like a Fry Daddy. You know those little, well, they're on the back here. Those, like the little black plug that you plug into a Fry Daddy, and it's got the little dial on it, and you turn the dial. They use those in the shooting star. It's the same heating element in the bottom, and actually on the back, like I'm looking at it right now, Oster, like the little thing that you plug into the back of these that supplies these pots with power. It's got the little dial on it. It's an Oster thing. For whatever reason, they cannot get them. I know Carl with DVL Customs ordered a shooting star a couple weeks ago, and they told him it was going to be at minimum 4 months before he got his shooting star. He was very disappointed. Actually, disappointed is not the right word. He was a little peeved. But then he found out why, and he's like, oh, wow, okay, that's crazy. So I don't know where those things come from. I don't know where Oster's made. Does it say? I don't know. I don't know why that is, but it'll be months. So I got the Shooting Star Mini, and it was like 1900 something, 19 something. I think after taxes and delivery and everything was just over $2,000. It can hold, I have actually never run them at their full capacity. I could put, I think twice as much. I put 4 cups in it, and it on the inside it doesn't even look half full. So I'm pretty confident I could put 8 cups in each pot. So I could have 16 cups. It says less on their website, so maybe they suggest you don't put that much. I don't know why. I want to say it says like 12 or 14 cups, but I know for a fact I can fit more in these things. Again, I've never done it. Typically not typically, that's all I've ever done is either 4 cups in each side or less. Sometimes I've got a small batch of something that I need to get done, and I'll run like 3 cups or 2 cups in it. just because I'm lazy and I don't want to get my traditional injectors out. And that is 100% just laziness. So when you get one, you'll never want to not use it. Like, they're awesome. They're not cheap. $2,000. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, if you're doing this to make money, that's actually not that bad either. And the pros greatly outweigh the cons. There's barely any cons with using one. I was mentioning earlier that I hope somebody that hops in here, let me say this before, where Ultra Molds. Ultramolds.com is where you get them. It's actually, coincidentally, where you get the Big Blue I was talking about as well. But yeah, Ultra Molds is where you get your shooting stars. And they've got the mini, and then they've got the bigger one. I went with the mini, and honestly, the mini will carry me through to ordering a Big Blue. If you have aspirations of doing that. I don't plan on pursuing any more tackle shops until I have a Big Blue. And then it's on. And then it is on. I will have people running that Big Blue, and I'm going to be on the road. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie, The Founder, with Michael Keaton when he was out selling McDonald's to everybody across the country, but that'll be your boy when I get a Big Blue. I'll have people making baits, and I'm going to be in my truck on the road picking up every tackle shop I could possibly pick up. A Big Blue can produce 6,000 up to and a little over 6,000 baits a day. That's where you want to be when you really start going, okay, let's get into tackle shops, and not just like mom and pops, but I'm talking Bass Pro Shops, Tackle Warehouse, Walmart, wherever, Sportsman's Warehouse, Cabela's. I mean, you can get into all those shops if you show them, hey, I've got this, small industrial factory running over here. I'm making 6,000 of these baits a day. That's X number of bags. I've already got this in store, in warehouse. This is what I offer, right? I will tell you the industry standard is anywhere between 30 and 40% off at tackle shops. Don't just go in and cut your nose off in spite of your face and give them as much as you can. You need to walk in there going, my baits are worth it. Also, Big Blues are like almost 60,000. They're big. It's a big it's a big cost. Now, again, I don't know what your business is. I don't know what the brand is that you have, but if you are purely making baits with like the Tracer Shad, and let me put it this way. If you're buying all of your molds from Angling AI, Epic, Hog Salad, you're not going to go big. You're not going to go big like that. You got to start getting custom baits made. That is first and foremost. You got to stop. I make the Tracer Shad. It's one of the few, and my Twitch switch is from Bass Tackle. That's not custom. There are few baits that I sell that aren't custom, and it's just because how are you going to improve upon a finesse worm? I can't make that better. It's a thin little piece of plastic. How am I going to make that better? I haven't figured it out yet. If I have an idea to make that worm better, then I'll have a custom made. This Tactical Nuke mold is a custom, semi anyway. The rig, Mogambo River rigs, those are purely 100% custom. I sat down, pen and paper, and drew them up, sent them to a mold manufacturer, had them work up the CAD. It's not actually CAD, it's a different program, but for all intents and purposes, we'll call it a CAD file. They basically they take your bait from pen and paper and put it into a 3D computer world, and then you take that typically costs you around $225 depending on who you have make it. If somebody charges you more than that, reach out to me. I got a guy, he's amazing, and he used to make baits for, who was it? Crap, it'll come to me. Big name. They do the Rage Claw, whoever it is that does the Rage Claw. God, I'm blanking. But he used to design baits for them. This guy's he's not just a kid who has a computer, he is a bait designer. He's retired and he does it for about $225. This is the most I've ever paid for him to take something from pen and paper and make it into a computer file. And then you're looking for somebody to cut the mold. Don't waste your time with Angling AI, Epic, those guys don't do custom work. There's a guy in Florida, he does custom Florida fishing something. I think if you Google custom mold Florida fishing, it'll probably come up. I know of another company, but honestly, they stabbed me in the back, so I'm not going to recommend them or even tell you who they are. I just can't. There's Woo molds. Woo molds. They're outside the country, so you're going to be paying customs to get that in. But Max at Woo Molds, he offers custom mold design. He actually does some custom molds for some big name people, and he has shown me that. Like he has actually like blocked out the baits, but shown me he does molds for. He's asked me to keep it private, so I'm not going to tell you who it is. But he does some bait designs for some pretty big companies. So anyway, that's first and foremost. You got to stop using shelf molds if you really want to go bigger. What's his name? Oh man, his last name is going to. I'd have to look it up on email. His first name's Adam. I can't remember right now off the top of my head what his last name is. But if you really want to know, hit me up. Email me Daniel at bentrodfishingusa.com and just say, hey, I'm Glub Puff from YouTube, and I was hoping you could give me the name of the guy who does your CAD work for your baits, and then I'll search it and I'll give you his contact info. I highly recommend him. He's really good, really good, very professional, quick. He does this kind of work now just for all kinds of stuff. He'll do a CAD design to do something like this too. But because he's from the fishing industry, if you reach out to him and go, hey, I have a bait, he drops everything. And he's like, yes, because he wants to do baits so much, and he's really good. So yeah, email me, and I'll look it up, and I'll get you his contact. Not just his name, I'll get you his contact info, his email, his cell phone, everything. I've already asked him if he was okay if I did that. If somebody had questions on YouTube, he said absolutely. I'm sorry, I just don't remember his last name right now. Okay. Let's see here. Somebody blowing me up. What? What? Okay. Whatnot. Yeah, I'm not getting on right now. Whatnot. Leave me alone. Another guy that does cut custom molds. I don't want to not say his name. He actually did my bait, the Mogambo, and the river rig for me. Adam designed the bait, and Ross with custom bait molds cut it. Now there's a caveat with Ross. Ross has, if you go to custombaitmolds.com, it's right there on his homepage that it's long, so I'll summarize it for you. He has not retired, but he has extremely cut back on his hours. And I'll tell you, I've emailed him and texted him 4 or 5 times and haven't gotten a response, and over like 3 months. So he might not have retired, but for all intents and purposes, he is retired. I mean, if he's not even responsive, he's a great guy, love him to death, loved working with him, but he's not even responding to me anymore. So if you can get him to respond to you, yeah, use him. He's great prices, really cool guy, great to work with, but again, good luck getting him to respond. I've given his info to about 5 or 6 people, and they've all said the same thing. He does not respond to them. So I hope he's okay. His homepage says he's fine, he's healthy, this isn't due to health. I didn't know he was like 70. Honestly, I really didn't. He sounded much younger on the phone. Somebody said, oh, he's retired. I was like, what? And I went to his website, and he's not retired. But he was like, yeah, I'm 70 and I want to spend time with my kids and my grandkids. I was like, holy crap, Ross is 70? He sounded like 50 at most. So I did not expect to read that. Never met him in person, but good guy. If you can get him to respond to you, you'll have a good time with him. And he works closely with that guy Adam. He's actually who introduced me to the guy Adam. How many baits on average does the Shooting Star Mini make? Oh, that's not a complete question. Because like I say, I've never fully filled it up. But I've got, I don't want to say that's not a complete question. I can't answer that question because it depends on your baits. Like how many baits I've got a small 3-inch split tail minnow that I could literally make thousands of. But then I've got a large pre-rigged curly tail grub that I could make hundreds of. Just because there's so much more plastic in each bait. Also, if you're doing molds like this, right, that have one sprue and then all your baits come off the sprue, which is great for bait making, especially if the bait is laid out in a way where you can still laminate it. Very much more preferable than like what I'm doing over here. I don't know if you can see it. I guess if you zoom in, I don't know if you can zoom in. Well, here I am getting in the way. Behind my back, those molds are individual port. That's time. You will find if you really want to get into this and really want to turn your bait business into something that's real, that is recognized at least regionally. It's not about the deal you got on your plastic. It's not about the plastic that you use or the materials that you use. It's really not. All of that stuff, when you're making as many baits as you can possibly make in a day, per bait it comes out to be nominal. The difference is time. It's all about time. How many baits can you make in a day? So it's not the Shooting Star. The Shooting Star ain't gonna make anything. It's like when people ask me, does this bait catch fish? I go, nope, sure doesn't. I will put that bait beside a rod and come back 10 years later, and guess what? That bait has not tied itself onto the line and casted itself like fishermen catch. So you're gonna make the baits. It can hold, the Mini can hold, I think it says 6 cups per side. I'm not gonna go against what the makers of the Shooting Star say, but I'm confident I can get 8 cups in each side, because I put 4 in and it's not half full. I don't know what the downside. I'll have to reach out to Rupert at Ultra Molds and see what he says. I've never asked them that question. I will tell you that here's the con. I don't know if you were in the room when I said this. My biggest con, and it might not even be a con, because I do know for a fact when I get the big blue, this is just how it's going to have to be. But if I want to run, like this is green pumpkin, and I want to turn around and run white pearl after this, then you're going to have to sacrifice some plastic to clear out your lines. That's just, I don't see a way around it. That's just what you're going to have to do. That's really the only con. The setup is nothing. You just turn it on, let it heat up. The easiest way to see, shut up. The easiest way to see how to clean this is to actually go to Ultramold's YouTube. He did a video on it. I could sit here and try to explain it to you. It's not difficult. It just, after you do it a couple of times, you're like, oh, okay, it's nothing. But that, when I first started, was the biggest con for me, was cleaning it out every day for like 2 weeks. And then I was like, oh, I was doing this wrong. When I found his video, I was like, oh, I was doing this way wrong. And now it's nothing. The biggest con for me is running multiple colors in the same day. It's easy if you let it cool down and let all the plastic that's in there solidify. It's super easy to clean out. But if it's still hot and smoking and you just want to go from one color to a completely different color, that is where you're just going to have to, like, if you need 4 cups in each side in order to do your next color, I would put 5 cups in each side and sacrifice that extra plastic of just taking full pulls and make the baits, donate them to a fishing club, give them to your buddies, whatever, or fish them yourself. I haven't fished a perfect bait since I started bent rod fishing, but that's, to me, that's the biggest thing is time. If you're gonna run 1 color a day, like I can fill this thing up with 8 cups of plastic. I haven't, but I know I could. I could put 8 cups of plastic in each side of this. If I started shooting baits at 10 a.m., by 1, the plastic would be gone. And then I could just heat up more plastic and just, I don't have to clean it out. It's the same color. If I'm running the same color, like if you say I'm gonna do this color on one day and you really want to pump this stuff out, you could do 3 or 4 cycles of this thing. You could do hundreds, I've never done it, and again, depending on your bait and your molds, if they're individual, that does take time. And if they're tiny, that's less plastic, so you're going to get a lot more out of it than big. So that's the question's difficult to answer, but a lot. You can make a lot of baits with a shooting star, like a lot. What's going on, Nathan? How you doing, brother? All right, let's demold some baits. All right, let me turn this back on. Looks good. Finesse worms, green pumpkin. I know it's not like a super fancy, sexy color. And green pumpkin, blue flake, but it's got to be one of the most popular colors in the world. Soft plastics, anyway. Fishing on my lunch break. I love that. Now that's my kind of lunch break. Did you catch anything? Everybody's wanting me to ask it. So nobody else had yet. What'd you catch? Come on, man. Obviously we're not fishing. We gotta live vicariously through you. So even if you didn't catch anything, be like, oh man, I caught like a 12-pounder. It was awesome. Skunked. Man, killing me. I have, the only fishing I've done yet this year is trout. I'm starting to get the smallmouth itch. Every time I get online, see all my buddies out there putting some hogs in the boat, I'm like, ugh, gotta get out there. Mailman, please have my package. I love that my window looks out over my driveway because I can see my mailbox. I'll look, she'll come by and be like, shoot, shoot. I'm like, man, there was no way she put my package in there that fast. How many hours a day do you spend bait making? Oh, hold on, let me see if she got it. No, she ain't got it. Hold up. You got my package? Oh yeah, you're gonna have to get that out of there. Big old box being shipped out. No. Man, come on. How many hours a day do you work? I typically do one run a day, although as I've been saying, I'm about ready to start doing multiple runs of colors in the same day. I just haven't pulled that trigger yet. It takes me, I don't know, 4 hours of bait making. But I mean, if you own a bait business, then you know, like, that's not the end of your day. I've got to If it's a new color, I then have to take pictures of those baits, run them through all the different, removing the backgrounds and everything that I do to get them on my website. Got to create a listing, got to do SEO optimization for the listing. Then I've got 6 guys on pro staff that they're sending me stuff every day. I got to take the videos and the pictures and download them and start making videos. I got to shoot YouTube videos. Good grief. And then working on new bait designs. I mean, you can't stop creating new baits. I've got probably 6 or 7 different bait drawings that I'm working on right now, trying to figure out what my next bait's going to be. So, bait making about 4.5 hours a day, and then everything else after that. Packaging, that's a huge one actually. That's one of the biggest things I can't wait for. I found out there are things called auto baggers. Oh, I'll be getting an auto bagger. According to the interwebs, if I'm creating 6,000 baits a day, and I did the math with how many baits I have per bag, and I have one of these auto baggers, it would take me 4 hours to bag all of them, which is amazing. Because it takes me, I make hundreds of baits a day, and it takes me hours and hours to bag them all. Print out the, that's another thing, yeah, if it's a new bait, got to go in and create the SKU, the stickers. Owning a business is a lot of work, but I will tell you, I'll never go back. Hopefully, Lord willing, I will never go back to punching a time clock. It may be a lot of work, and I might be broke all the time, but I'm doing something for myself. I'm working on something that I created, that if my plans come to fruition, that will be around after I'm gone, hopefully. So anyway, I don't want to get up on that soapbox again. Oh, well, I'm going to bring this up. If you have a shooting star and you blab on YouTube like I do, and you spend a lot of time between shooting your baits, the flake that's in the plastic that's in the lines, right? So these 2 pots have about 12, 13, 14 inches between them, and then this injector goes into a port that's right in the middle of that, and that's where you pull your plastic from. But the plastic is sitting in those lines between the pots. So the pot has a stirrer on it. Yeah, you can see, like this is the stirrer. It's keeping everything suspended, but in the lines, it will settle. I learned that the hard way. I started shooting baits one day, and I had the shooting star going in it, but I was recording like a long form video. It wasn't live, it was a long form. And I started shooting. Do I still have them? I do. Let me show you. Can't sell them. Let's see. Here's a good one. Yeah. Here we go. This isn't a great example. It got a lot worse. But if you look right here, if you look closely there, you can see there's flake in there. Not a lot, there's flake. But then when you flip it over to the other side, none. So what happens is those lines hold your plastic, and then the flake that's suspended in that plastic in those lines settles. So then when you pull it out and you shoot it, all of your plastic is on one side of the tubes of your injectors, and so then when you shoot it, all of the plastic's on one side of the bait. So every now and then you got to take your injector, you got to put it on there, pull the plastic into the injectors, and then with some force, put it back in, and you're churning that flake back up and getting it back suspended up in the plastic. Now that doesn't happen if you're not blabbing or if you're not recording. Now, if you're just in here and you're just boop, 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 and you're just making baits, you can move faster than it will settle. But if you're doing anything else, or a phone rings or something, you just got to keep in mind, put this on, and then run it, fill it up, put it back in, fill it up, put it back in, and just do that a couple of times. It'll keep your flake suspended. So yeah, I'll be fishing with those. So if the bass comes from the right side of the bait, it'll look normal, but on the left side, it's going to be like, man, what the heck's wrong with this bait? Hello from East Tennessee. Love your channel. Hope you're doing well. Oh man, that's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping in and saying hi. East Tennessee. East Tennessee. Is that close to Alabama? East Tennessee. Yeah. So you're talking like Chattanooga type area. I asked because I grew up just outside of Guntersville. Not too awfully far from where you are, probably. Johnson City. Awesome. I had family, they're dead now. I had family, well, not they're all dead, but my grandparents were, where was it? Not far from the Alabama border of Tennessee. I can't remember, man, they've been gone for a while. I can't remember now where they lived in Tennessee, but it's funny because their last name was Johnson. It was on my mother's side. My mom's maiden name was Johnson. But yeah, I know where you are. That's awesome, man. Welcome. Thanks for popping in. And for the compliments on the channel. I appreciate you. You got some good fishing where you are. I know that. I do buy bags in bulk. Yeah, I just ordered 5,000 yesterday. Actually, that's why I kind of laughed because literally made that purchase yesterday. I'm running low. I don't know if you've seen my bags. And honestly, I just got the hookup on a better deal. So these are my bags that I bought last year. I bought 3,000 of them, and they cost me over, after it was all said and done, over $100 and some more than the 5,000 I just bought. So if you want to buy bags in bulk, again, reach out to me. Daniel at bentrodfishingusa.com is my email. I will share her info with you. And I got to give a shout out to Cecil over at Okie Angler Co. because he's the one who gave me the info. He just bought bulk bags from her, and I had talked to him about the company I had used, and when he got this deal, he was like, how much did you say you spent? And I told him, he's like, dude, you want a better deal? And gave me her info. It's the same bag. Honestly, it's even bigger. Some of my baits, I kind of struggle with the height of fitting them in the bag, and this is like 4 1/4 inches tall. I went to 5 inches tall. 2,000 more bags, a little bit bigger of a bag, and it was a little over $100 less than it was with the other company. So I will gladly give you the info if you want it. I mean, I'll tell it to you now, but I don't expect you. So they're in China. You can't get bait bags made in the States and not have it ruin your business model. I'm sorry. I know that there are some businesses in the States that do it, but when you look at what they charge per bag, for me to maintain, we're coming back to profit margins, right? Where this whole conversation started. For me to maintain my profit margins, I would have to sell my $8 bag of the rig for 12. It's astronomically higher than it is going through China. I hate it. I wish that wasn't the case, but I guarantee you 99% of the bags that you hold in your hand, and it doesn't matter what company they came from China. All of the companies, everybody gets their bags made from China. I mean, listen, the deeper you dig into the fishing industry, the more disillusioned you become. You will realize that 99% of the stuff that we deal with was made in China. Rods, all made in China. Sourced, like the blanks, made in China. Sourced to whatever. Like whatever big name rod, their blanks probably came from China. Almost all of them come from China. Everything comes from freaking China. It's annoying, but it is what it is. And it's cheap. It's cheap. It's the only way you can make money. It really is. All right, Daniel, take it easy, man. All right, we can do more. That looks good. I like it. I do have the bait cam on. Are they expensive, the bags? On a small business I made probably like $900 so far, and this business has been up for a year or two. So per bag, it's not expensive, but with your minimum order quantities, it's hundreds, upper hundreds, less than 1,000. I spent like right around $800 for my 5,000 bags, but it comes out, I want to say it's like 17 cents a bag. And if you go to like clear bags, which is, where are they? So this is what I was doing. This is what a lot of people are doing. When you start a bait business, you go to clearbags.com, you get a clear bag, and then you buy a sticker, right? So I want to say these at clear bags, I think last time I did and this is the same. It's the same bag that you're going to get from China. It's just not printed, right? So I don't know where you know, if you put a sticker on it, I don't know where you get your stickers from. But I typically pay about $1 a piece for my sticker. So that's already, just for the sticker that I put on it, 10 times more expensive than buying the bag printed like this from China. Difference is you have to buy thousands of them from China versus you can buy this and 100, 200 at a time. You're paying way more for this per bag than you are for this. And this, if you're in retail, if you're going to go retail and you're going to try to get on shelves, this is the only way you're going to compete. I mean, there's a handful of people, the longer you're in this business, you're going to start getting a little cynical, or I shouldn't say that, I have, because you see almost everybody buy small, shop local, and then you watch them go into tackle shops and it's Depths, 6 cents, Guggen, Rapala, like Berkeley. I'm like, they're not local. None of them are local. What happened to shop local? Like, there's bent rod fishing right there on the shelf, but you don't get the time of day if you're not in something that looks legit. There are a handful of people who put their money where their mouth is, and they'll go and they look for the clear bags with the sticker on them because they know they're supporting a local, at least semi-local, small business. There are a handful of people that will do that, but the vast majority of anglers are not looking to support some small-time guy. They want something that they know is going to be the same every time. I'm not trying to crap on them. I mean, I get it. Consistency, quality. You don't know who the small-time bait makers are. They might be small because they suck. I mean, let's face it. Or their baits aren't good, or their colors aren't good. I mean, you can see the colors. 20 cents a bag. So there you go, 20 cents a bag for clear or 14 cents a bag for printed. So you just got to buy thousands of them at a time from China. So yeah, you got to save up, and then it's about, and this is where I struggle. I'm just going to be completely honest with you. I'm going to tell you why bent rod struggled so much in the first 2 years. Discipline. I would get some money in the bank, and I was buying this mold and that mold and that mold and this mold and this mold and that mold. And I should not have been doing that. I should have been socking that money away, getting ready to buy printed bags. I should have saved every dime that I made when I was small with clear bags and stickers, and saved up the $1,000, round number, to get printed bags. That's why it took me so long to kind of get to where I'm going. I was not disciplined. And my wife will tell you, in our relationship, she's the saver, I'm the spender. I'm making it rain, baby, all day long. I go in a tackle shop, they're like, ha ha ha, here he is. Because I'm not leaving unless I'm like this, walking out the tackle shop. I'm the spender, she's the saver. And it hurt. It hurt me. It hurt my business a lot early on. I had to discipline myself. And I'm still not as disciplined as I need to be. But I'll be honest with you, ever since I have started selling on Whatnot and changed a couple of things on my business plan and model, and I can see feasibly getting a big blue within a year and a half, I've become a lot more disciplined. Because that's what it's going to take. But if Bent Rod's going to be more than just me sitting in here with a shooting star yapping to people online, selling couple hundred bags of baits a month, to where I'm selling thousands of bags of baits a month, like thousands and thousands and thousands of bags of baits a month regionally, and that's what I have to do. If you find another way, please let me know. I would love to be Mr. Make It Rain and be able to make this work, but it did not work out for me. Stickering and loading bags was cut in half, buying 50 bags. I'm never going back. Yeah, I'm never going back either, man. I hear you. It's packaging is a huge time suck. People don't think about that when they decide they want to start a business. Oh, I can produce this many baits a day. Okay, that ain't gonna do you no good if you don't have them in the bag when somebody wants to come and buy them. And that's a big time suck right there. It really is. My wife helps, and she's good. I mean, not that it's a hard job, I'm not saying like she's good, like it's a skill, but she'll ask. She'll come home after working all day. Hey, you need anything? You need me to package any baits? Like, what do you need? This is our plan, our retirement plan. Me being Mr. Make It Rain was not new when I started bent rod fishing. I was not smart when I was younger. I have no 401k. I've got no nothing. Bent rod fishing is going to keep me from busting my butt into my 80s. That's my plan. So it took me a long time to wake up to the realities of the world, and now I have to swing for the fences. I can't just grind it out and wait for a 401k to do it. And I'm sure as heck not depending on Social Security. I doubt it's even going to exist by the time I'm ready to retire at the rate we're going. So, got to make other plans. Four more of those. Have a good day. We'll keep watching. Keep the videos. You brought up the auto bagger one time. My grandma. Hey, listen, that's awesome. Enlisting the help of friends and family That's the dream. I've got a good buddy. He was in here a minute ago. I don't know if he's still watching, Noah, but he'll text me every now and then. Hey man, do you need any help? Like seriously, like, do you need help? I'll come over and bag baits. Like, I mean, having people who believe in what you're doing and just want to help you get there. I don't want to say it's required, but it's a godsend. I'll tell you that. It is definitely a godsend. So yeah, God bless Grandma. Bag those baits. All right. How many of these do I need? Six. Let's see, I got four. I got four, so I need two more tactical nukes. Well, we'll do more because I need some inventory too. Tactical nukes. 6 twitch switches. I only got 2 of those, okay. Grandma auto bagger. That's it. My wife and I are recent empty nesters. We have three boys, and I'll tell you, every now and then I'm like, man, I wish I had a kid living in the house that I could ground and be like, your punishment is you're bagging all these baits. Because my boys were acting up. You could guarantee it. One of them was grounded at all times. So that would be nice at this point in my life, but I'm kidding. They're all actually doing really well. Started their careers, thriving in them actually. For any of you guys who've been watching me for a while anyway, and you remember when my son Christian, very briefly, joined me in bent rod fishing, you'll be happy to hear, well, I don't know if you're happy to hear it, but I hope you're happy to hear it. He got a job as an electrician, like apprentice, and they very recently approached him and said everything was going so great, they wanted to pay for him to go to college. They were going to pay for him they were going to send him to get his journeyman's. So we're very excited for him about that. He is beaming. Like he worked at like Chick-fil-A and a local pizza place for years, and he hated it. He wanted out of the food industry so bad. He was like, I just want to start a career. I want to start a career. And I kept saying, what about electrical? Electrical is a really good career. You don't have to go risk being brainwashed and becoming a libtard at some university. You can go to a trade school and come out with your sanity and without hundreds of thousands of dollars in college tuition bills following you around for the rest of your life and make 6 figures within 3 or 4 years. And that's exactly what he did. He got a job with a local electrical company and is thriving. So I'm really happy for him. My other son loves the food industry. He wants to be a chef, and he's thriving. He works across multiple restaurants right now, and just turned 18, and he's already got his eye on going to culinary school and becoming a chef. And my oldest son lives in, well, I typically don't make this distinction, but you're about to be really confused. My oldest son is actually my stepson. The only reason I even bring that up is because he moved to Texas to live with his biological father, who was an electrician, who has plugged him in to be an electrician as well. So good times in the Charles household right now. Very proud of our boys. No, not today, spam risk. Yeah, it's a good job. I told my boys when they were like preteens, we started kind of guiding them towards like trade schools and being in the trades when they graduated from high school. And I told my boys, I was like, look, you can make really good money as a plumber, you can make really good money as an electrician. But as a plumber, eventually you're going to have to deal literally with other people's poop. As an electrician, you may get zapped every now and then, but you're not dealing with literal crap. And so I guess two of them took that to heart. They're like, yeah, we're going to go electrician. My stepson, his dad was a Marine. He was either Marine or Army. I know that's offensive to both of them. He had to be one. I think he was Army, and he was an electrician in the Army. So he got offered to go move to Dallas and get in with the electricians union and start working down that road. He jumped at it. I don't blame him. It's a good opportunity. Oh man. Noah, you still in here? Smalley Smasher. Around 10 packages a day. Is that good, or should I try to go? It's hard managing school and other activities. If it's been 4 hours, I could probably make like 100 packages. You have a lot of dedication. I do. I have to be dedicated. All of my eggs are in this basket. I don't have another choice. So you're going to school. Is that like, you're talking high school? I mean, it's none of my business, but are you talking like high school or college? Or is this like, post, like adult type school? I guess, is it full-time? That's none of my, full-time or part-time school, I guess. Because I'm not trying to go full dad on you if you're like in high school or whatnot, but focus on your school. Like, focus on your school. Don't worry about upping your production if you're doing that. But 10 packages, like 10 bags of baits a day. It depends on what level you're at right now, honestly. I mean, if you're buying plastisol in 1 gallon, like little 1 gallon or less at a time, that's fine. Homeschool junior high. Oh, got you. Okay. We homeschooled all 3 of our boys, so respect. You're going to get a good education. It was shocking how actually far behind our AP class students were when we started homeschooling them. It was crazy. My sons who were in advanced math, when we started homeschooling them, I realized they didn't know how to multiply. Who knew? How you get in advanced math and you can't multiply 7 times 8? And I would say, take your time, use paper. Couldn't do it. So yeah, thank God we pulled them out of high school and homeschooled the rest of their high school. They actually got a decent education. Oh, you buy 5-gallon buckets? Then yeah, you could up it. I mean, you've got enough. You're using how much plastic are you cooking at a time? Are you doing 1 cup plastisol cups, 2 cup, 3 cup? Like, how big of cups are you cooking in? Two cups. Okay. So do you mainly shoot solid colors, or do you have a dual injector? Are you? There is a reason why I'm asking that. I'm trying to give you the best answer I can give you. There are 4. Okay, so you have room to get bigger, but you're only cooking 2 at a time. That's cool. That's fine. Okay. So I mean, then two color baits. It takes more time. It's also a bigger pain in the butt when you're trying to like balance out your temperatures, which takes time. You know, before I got a shooting star, I know you get in a groove, right? Once you kind of block everything out and you kind of get your focus going, then you kind of you shoot baits, put the cups in, hit 30 seconds, hit another 30 seconds while you pull them out. You got I get it, you get in a groove, but it does take more time, and typically has a little bit more waste. So if you're doing lambs, I think 10 bags a day is fine, especially, and I'm not trying to like talk down to you, but especially as a junior high, you know what I mean? Like you're obviously not doing this to support a family, right? You're doing this as a hobby, and it sounds like possibly something that you may want to do in the future. So it's good that you're starting now. I started in my early 40s and had to learn all of this late in life. It's a lot of fun, and you can. People will tell you can't make money making baits. Bull crap. You can make money making baits. If somebody says that to you, look at them and say, no, you can't make money making baits. I've done that before. They don't talk to me anymore. But it's true. Don't let people tell you that. The fact of the matter is, a bucket of plastic costs you, about 130, 140 bucks, and you can get thousands of baits out of them. I mean, do the math. If you get 2,000 baits and you're selling bags with 10 baits in a bag, I mean, do that math. You just made money. So it's not about not being able to make money. It's about time. When you first start off, you'll be putting a lot of work in for a little bit of money because you're doing it in Pyrex cups, you're doing it with traditional injectors. But if you really decide that you want to do this, then the first thing you need to do is save up for a shooting star. In my opinion, unless you've got rich parents, then convince them of your business plan and go straight to production. It's night and day. Making baits, and I haven't even done it yet, but I have had the opportunity to go to a facility that had a Zorn, which is like, when it comes to bait making machines, it's like the Ferrari of bait making machines. And I was able to watch them cycle through baits. It's nothing like this. Like, I hate to say it, but nothing that you're learning right now using Pyrex cups and injectors is going to help you when you get to that level. It's all done, but you don't need it, is what I'm saying. You don't need to know it. Now, you're not going to create new colors in a Big Blue or in a Zorn, so you still need stuff like this to tinker and come up with new color ideas. But then you just have to use some math to convert. I'm actually doing it now. Convert counting drops. I don't know if you were on here, how early you were on here, but like figuring out your recipes. So first of all, I was shocked to find out I even know some adults who have bags of baits in local tackle shops who do not write their recipes down. They just think that they're like the bait whisperer, and they're like, nah, I put it in until my ancestors tell me to stop. I'm like, yeah, well, that's why all of your bags of baits look different. Like, that's really stupid. Don't do that. So counting drops is fine when you're starting off, but eventually you want to adjust and switch it over to a dropper. If you were on here early when I first got on, you will have seen me do that, like literally holding this thing with the milliliters out here, and instead of going 1, 2, 3, counting drops, you go, and I just put 80 drops in 2 seconds versus spending 3 minutes counting 80 drops per cup. I shouldn't say 80 drops total, and I cook 4 cups at a time, twice. So converting your recipes over to milliliters versus drops is going to be a big thing. You won't be counting drops anymore. Eventually, you'll buy, when you get like productions, you'll buy like a thing from Dead On and just open it and dump it. Like, that'll be the whole thing. Like, you'll be cooking. Those production machines pull from 5-gallon jugs, like buckets. So like, imagine this is a 5-gallon bucket and that's a 5-gallon bucket. Like, that's what the Big Blue does. The hoses go into 2 5-gallon buckets and you just sit there and churn. That's producing baits at a high level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, do mention I don't know what size the duals are though. Like your injectors, you mean? Yeah. I mean, as long as you're able to fill from one pull, as long as you're able to fill your molds up, you're good. If you are you shooting one mold at a time, or are you putting like a block of molds together, clamping them together, and shooting multiple molds at a time? That is probably, if you're shooting one mold at a time, then, but you have multiple molds that you use the same recipe in, that's going to be the best thing you can do, is take those little wing nut things off of your molds and get these little clamps, and then just stack your molds together, clamp them up together, and shoot, and just go down the line, shoot all of your molds at one time. That's probably going to be the fastest way for you to get past 10 bags in a day. Heck, I mean, if you start making 4 cups of plastic at a time and you've got 5 molds, you can shoot those 5 molds 3 times. I mean, that's still, you're pulling up, you're shooting 3 molds at a time, good. How many bags of baits? I mean, well, I guess that doesn't really matter. So you're not spending a ton of time making baits a day then. But that's, I mean, that makes sense. You're going to school. I didn't realize you were going to school when we started talking. So yeah, hopefully you won't in your 40s end up needing to do something like this. You will have, you were smart, you went to homeschool, you have an education, you got yourself a good job, and you do this as a hobby. Do you plan on trying to pursue this as more than just a hobby? You're looking for this to be your life. Wow. Okay. Well, hey, man, it is a huge advantage to figure out what you want to do at such a young age. That's a huge advantage. When I was in junior high, I was still convinced I was going to be in a rock band. I mean, I was in a band. We sucked so bad. But I was convinced we were going to be the next Weezer. I was in high school in the 90s. So yeah, it's good to have that figured out, I'll tell you that. And let me backtrack on something I said now that I'm realizing the details of your situation. Being in junior high, I'm not trying to make this all about your age, because age really has nothing to do with it. But being in junior high, that business asking you about profit margins, they could just be looking out for you. I don't know if like you know them and they're like, oh, let me make sure this kid's like getting what he should get. If you were a 40-year-old man and they asked you that, they're trying to screw you over. There's no reason for them to do that. But if you're a kid in junior high and they know that, then they might be asking you those questions because they're trying to look out for you. Hopefully they wouldn't be trying to take advantage of a young adult. Well, young adult, I mean, young man, person, I don't know. I'm about to get canceled up in here. So, you know, I just want to, I made some bold claims because I did not realize you were in junior high. That does make a difference. I know that the first tackle shop I was in, Jake's Bait and Tackle here in Winchester, if you were in junior high and approached them and they wanted your baits, they would look out. I mean, heck, they looked out for me, and I was in my 40s. Like, they sat down with me and said, here's what tackle shops are looking for, right? Here's what you can do to make yourself above them. Here's what you can do to make yourself attractive. Here's what you can do to rise above your competitors. I mean, in our area, there's 5 or 6 small local brands like me that are fighting for space on tackle shop shelves. And let's face it, I mean, bent rod fishing is nothing compared to Sixth Sense and Berkeley and, you know, you name it, all these others, even some of the smaller regional people who aren't nationwide or global, like Zoom, right? I mean, I'm competing with a lot of small time bait makers in my area. So the fact that they pulled me aside and showed me the ins and outs and kind of gave me a tackle shop owner's perspective on the business helped me a lot. And I wasn't in junior high. So they might just be looking out for you. I guess that's my point. But you know, listen, I'll tell you, the best thing that you can hone right now is your gut, your instinct. So you go meet with them. If it feels to you like they're looking out for you, go with it. I mean, you're young, and if you're wrong, I'll tell you what. I have made some choices with bent rod that were right, and that was cool. But I learned so much more every time I fell on my face. Every time I made a choice that was horribly wrong. I'll never make that mistake again. And I learned so much more from it when I messed up. So don't be afraid to mess up. If you feel like they're looking out for you, take a chance, go with them, give them the information, but watch what they do with it. And look, I don't know you, but I gave you my email address. If you ever have a question or want my opinion, and I will tell you it is my opinion, I'm small. I'm doing this out of my home. I'm not the owner of Zoom. I'm not some like global, I'm going to turn you into a millionaire as soon as you start, but I have some experience in the industry, and I want to help people. If this is their dream, I want to help people achieve it. And I hope to meet people, and I have met people doing this that are helping me achieve mine. I've had multiple people who've watched my videos reach out to me and go, hey, I can help you with this. Or, hey, I noticed this. Here's a solution for that. I didn't even ask. And they'll see me struggling with something and they just help. Cecil with Okie Angler Co. Like, I just cut my bag cost in half because he chose to pick up the phone and text me and say, hey, just so you know, I found these people. And it's a lot better deal than what you told me you were getting, right? Don't be too proud. I will tell you, the first instance, it was like, psh, I thought you don't have a better deal than me. And then I looked, I was like, oh crap, he has a way better deal than me. I was like, you better take that pride down a notch, Daniel. Go ahead and take that deal. So yeah, I mean, if this is really what you want to do and you stick with that, you're at a huge advantage, bud. But if you really want to make a career out of it and make it something that actually is like you can start a family with, and I don't know what your dreams are, your goals in life, whatever, but you want to look way past injectors. My advice to you would be, don't do wholesale yet, but for the experience, maybe do one, but just let them know it's going to be small, because if your baits end up being popular at all, which is your goal, right? I mean, you're not going to put baits in a tackle shop hoping that people hate them. You hope that people like them. You're going to do everything you can to make people like them. But realize that you're only making 10 bags a day. So if you do that 5 days a week, that's 50 bags. I will tell you, I just got the smallest tackle shop order I've received yet this spring, and it was about 150 bags. This one that I'm working on here is hundreds of bags of baits. And they're not even local. I met them at an expo. So if you're doing it with cups and traditional injectors and you're doing it 4 hours a day, this order right here would keep you busy to the fall, right? So, and you're doing it at 40% off. Like, don't think, oh, well, at least I'm selling baits. No, you're spending all of that time at almost half of what you would make selling them otherwise. And one thing you've got way going for yourself with being young, anybody watching this, looks like I got 8 people on here right now. Anybody 40 or older will probably go, preach. You understand technology way more than we do. So you get on Whatnot, And you now there may be you might even have to be 18 to do that. You might not even be allowed to set up a whatnot account. Maybe I don't know how supportive your parents are in this. I'm not asking. That's not no, that is none of my business. But you may have to have somebody else set up that account, and then you just be the one in front of the camera, uh, doing doing the actual thing. You know, whatever. I don't know. That would be between you and your parents to figure out. But that's where you're gonna get the most bang for your buck. And I will tell you this: I've never seen a junior high aged kid on there. That would draw curiosity of people. And if you're confident and you know what you're talking about, people will be like, "Man, I would have." So they're gonna literally, and don't take offense to this, they're gonna say, "I want to support this kid." I mean, that's just how it is. When kids in middle school come knocking on your door selling popcorn, I know that popcorn sucks. I know it's not good popcorn, but I buy like 10 bags because I want to support that kid. You know what I mean? You can take advantage of that. So if you can, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's 18 to get on Whatnot. But here's another huge benefit of selling on Whatnot. You need no licenses. It's all taken care of. You don't have to have a business license. They send you a 1099 for your taxes. You don't have to have an accountant. You don't need to have QuickBooks. I mean, there is so much involved in me running my website with Bent Rod. It's not even funny. I could sit here and drone on for hours of the crap that I have to worry myself about, and the only 7 people watching right now would turn into a 0 quick. You don't have to worry about any of that with Whatnot. They do it all. I cannot stress to you enough. If you can get on Whatnot, get on Whatnot. If you can talk your parents into setting up an account for you, or so, I don't know how that works, if that's allowed. I don't know. Look into it. I don't have that answer, but if I was you, I would definitely look into it. Because that's how you can start socking away some real money. Whatnot charges 3% of your total transaction. So 3% of the sale plus 30 cents per transaction. I mean, I'll tell you, when I do an expo, like I go to the Richmond Fishing Expo every single year, right off the bat, there's 20% off. I always do like an expo sales, 20% off. Right? I'm making more money usually on Whatnot than I do going to a big expo per and honestly, when I go to a show like Richmond, I'm standing there for 8 or 9 hours on concrete floors all day long, just talking and talking and talking and selling and selling and selling. And it's not uncommon for us to make $400 to $500 in a day, right? It's a 3-day expo, and I typically walk out of there between $1,500 and $2,000 from the expo in sales. I did almost $400 in 3 hours and 45 minutes on Whatnot. Like, do that math. I know that this whole live has been about Whatnot, but I'm telling you, that's going to be the key. Man, why do I keep putting my gloves on? Because I'm not paying attention. Now, I shot a full round again. I got to stop talking. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Ugh, don't start doing this. All right. I think it's high time I change out some O-rings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24. That's 4 bags. We're done. Done with the read. All right. Oh man. I mean, that's awesome about your grandma. I'm really sorry to hear about everything else. That's rough, man. I escaped COVID relative. I mean, I had a decent friend. I mean, I want to say good friend because, you know, they passed. COVID took them. He was a good friend, but then I went about 4 or 5 years without seeing him. I found out through the grapevine that he had died, and kind of makes you wake up and go, I should keep more in touch with my friends. But yeah, losing a parent, that's rough. I'm really sorry to hear that. It's really good that you got a ride or die grandma, though, man. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, look, if there's anything that I can do to help you, seriously, use that email. Daniel@bentrodfishingusa.com. Just make sure I understand that it's a blub puff, and then I'll make the connection. But yeah, if I can help you, let me know. I don't gatekeep. Oh, also, if you have not seen it, go to softplasticbaitmaking.com. It's a cool website. Check it out. There's a lot of recipes on there, but that's not the point. I mean, definitely check out the website. It's a cool website. But then scroll to the bottom and click on the Join Discord link. That Discord, I'm in it. There's a lot of guys. Okie Angler Co., Blue Line, Modest Reviews. I'm just Alpha and Omega. Like, there's tons. I mean, when I joined, I think there were like 15 or 20 people in it. There were well over like 100, 150 people. All small bait makers just like this, all helpful. Nobody like guards things. Nobody was like, oh, I'm not going to tell you how to do that. Like, if you're like, dude, what's the recipe on this? Like, we post recipes on there. I have made I've made a huge post about like how to grow your social media and how to grow your YouTube channel, and things that I've learned. And like I said, this channel, I've had people reach out to me. I had a guy reach out to me just because he had watched some of my videos and told me that he thought that my channel could blow up. He has a fishing channel that has 168,000 subscribers, and he was like, dude, you could do this, but are you willing to let me give you some advice without having your toes stepped on? It's like, absolutely, man. I'm for sure. And he said, like, I have spent the last like 10 years like studying YouTube and the algorithm. Here's what you need to do to make your channel better. And about that point, I was at about 400 subs. That was less than 4 months ago, and I'm about to hit 1,400 subs just based on doing what he told me to do. And I have posted almost all of that on that Discord. And I would love, I share information, man. I don't sit there and go, ooh, now I have this information, I'm going to keep it to myself, and then I'm going to, like, that's toxic. That's not how I want to be. So if you have questions, I'll help you. If you need advice on something, don't hesitate to reach out, and definitely join that Discord. Because I have yet to find one person on there who doesn't agree with everything that I'm saying. You'll have not just me at your disposal, you'll have over 100 and some guys and girls willing to help and do what they can to help you. What's up, Carl? I was talking about you earlier, man. Your ears burning? Somebody asked me how to get a shooting star, and I was like, well, you go to Ultramolds and buy it, but it's going to be months, because my boy Carl, I think, what'd you say, 4 months? Oh, you joined the Discord. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, go through, introduce yourself to people. You can, as much as you want, you don't have to tell people, I'm in junior high. You can just say, hey, I'm starting a blah, 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 just whatever. Give your spiel, who you are, what it is you're doing, where you're at and where you want to be, and just watch. People will, I haven't been on there as much as I should have been lately. I've just been so slammed with orders. Carl, what are you shooting? I am shooting green pumpkin, blue flake today, sir. Here's one of my rejects. If you want to see the color. Oh, give me some light. Come on. It's not a great, I wonder if my bait cam will do it better justice. Let's see. I haven't even used the bait cam today. No, I don't think that's going to look good. This is going to look good. I don't think the lighting's good, but we'll try it. Bait cam. Yeah, the lighting's not good. Let me use my phone so you can actually see. It's a pretty opaque color. Man, that didn't help at all, did it? Kinda? No. Well, you know what green pumpkin looks like. I really got to work on the lighting in my shop. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Green pumpkin, blue flake. Are you back home, Carl? It's a long way. Oh, yeah, Ultramills. This is. How many of these I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Got the order filled. Let's get some for inventory. Oh, you got home last Sunday. Man, that's either a long delay or it took you a while to. How was my? Oh, it says I got excellent connection. Well, welcome home, Carl. Did you come home to a new Zorn waiting for you? You lucky dog. Oh, Carl, my man. I was hoping somebody with knowledge about this would jump on. I know that you have made air vices for people with shooting stars. I wonder. All right, man. Later. Stay bent, man. Thanks for hopping in. I wonder, Carl, if you would be willing, not here in the chat, but email or whatnot, to give me contact information for one of them that you think would be the most likely to answer this question. I'm looking for the best procedure to shoot multiple colors in a shooting star in the same day, and minimizing waste, I guess, is what I'm trying to. I haven't even tried doing it yet, and I mean, I know I could just, and maybe this is the answer. I know that I could just pull as much of it out as I possibly could, have the plastic cooked and ready, pull it out, dump the new in, and then just cycle through. But when you put the lids on, I mean, I guess I could put them on without hitting the stirrers, but then that risks scorching it. I don't want to ruin a whole batch of plastic. So I'm hoping that somebody out there. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Absolutely, man. My pleasure. You have a great day as well. I'm hoping to find somebody out there who does it on the reg, who can be like, oh, here's what we do, just so I can know, okay, what I'm about to do is a tried and true method, whether it's the best or not, whatever. But some guidance in that would be awesome. I don't know if you have anybody in mind or that you could give me their info on, but I definitely would like to pick their brain. Sorry. Storm hit. What kind of storm? Sandstorm? What kind of storm? I don't know why, but anytime somebody says anything that happened in Africa that was bad, like, to me in my mind it was just like way worse than it would be anywhere else. Like it just feels like Africa just wants to kill you, like the continent. Like it's just like there's so many things that it throws at you. We walk outside and see a deer and a squirrel. They walk outside and see lions and hyenas. Oh. No, thank you. Oh, or do you mean a storm hit Wyoming while you were in Africa? Start shooting these river rigs too. Pirate bait has a decent solution. Start whites and glitter free. Go to darker and full of glitter. Start with the lighter color that has less flake in it and go to the darker color. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm hoping for something a little bit more procedural, like, you know, do this with a shooting star, then do that, less theoretical. But you said pirate baits? So 4 feet is not good, Lord. Good grief. That's craziness. Africa was just really hot. Yeah. They didn't coin the term Africa hot for nothing, I guess. Yeah, I bet it was. Man, I bought this sign off of Whatnot, and it keeps messing up. See that? Stupid sign. Wonder if Noah's is messing up too. I'll have to ask him. Okay, got that. Top it off. Yeah, here's hoping that YouTube has another live glitch. Did you hear what happened, Carl? Are you still in here? YouTube, the algorithm messed up and like pushed out lives like nobody's business for like, I don't know, 4 hours. And obviously not this live, but the last live I did, it happened the day that I did that live. So I did the live. I think it was like a total like 120 something people had stopped in during the live. It wasn't big. By the next morning, I had over 2,000 views on it. I was like, oh! And then I read, oh, YouTube's algorithm messed up yesterday, and like Uber pushed out lives. And I kept waiting for it to go away, but it didn't. Like, it stayed, and I got all the monetization money from it. Like, it shut me up. I was like, okay, go ahead and glitch again there, YouTube. I'll take that. Not often that a glitch benefits you. All right. For those just joining, green pumpkin, blue flake. That's a little drop shot worm, custom mold I had made. Ooh, I should look and see if they ordered any green pumpkin. Just got a tackle shop order not long ago. Where you at, Jakes? Riverton Emerald, Riverton Cookies, Voodoo, Dowagill, Morning Ron, Dowagill, Riverton, the Ginny, Cookies and Cream, really, the Ginny. I didn't think that had sold very much at all. No green pumpkin. Okay, that's okay. Posted a few of my videos early. Oh, you had them scheduled? Wow. Weird. Yeah. I could probably do some unrigged Mogambos. This is a pretty popular color for a Chattanooga trailer. Yeah. Not sure where that mold is. Is that it? No. Shrimp. Mayflies. Crawl. Rig. River rig. What's this? Well, maybe that's it. Ah, that's it. Alright. Alright. He's not quite ready. Almost ready. Okay. That is ready. Yes. Where bags is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so that did that. Where's my pen? Huh. I don't know. Find it. We'll do a couple for stock. What's going on, Michael? How you been, brother? Oh, got an air bubble. I think I need to replace the. I think I need to replace one of my O-rings. Where is it? Where'd my O-rings go? Uh-oh. Am I out? Well, definitely unorganized. Okay, well, that stinks. I'm getting sick of these air bubbles. See if that shows up any better. Green pumpkin, blue flake, nothing fancy. Just a good old reliable. Awesome, man. I'm glad you popped in. Okay, maybe it was just the one. Breakfast burrito, man. You got me hungry now. It's 2:30 here. I think I'm just gonna go have a burrito. I do love a good breakfast burrito. Sausage, Egg, hash brown, cheese. Come on. Oh yeah, settled in already. Already got crap laying around where it's not supposed to be. Based on watching your videos, you would be having an OCD meltdown. It looked all nice and organized there for about 2 weeks, and then I actually started getting orders and doing work in it, and all of a sudden, it was not organized anymore. It is chaotic. Oh, but I had every both my tackle shops that carry my baits ordered at the same time and ordered pretty big orders right after I discovered selling on Whatnot. And I did just under 4 hour show on Whatnot and came close to selling every bag of bait I had. So it was bad timing. I'm not complaining about the order, that's for sure. But I had just like got my stock down to almost nothing, was super excited about Whatnot, and then my tackle shops go, oh, I want 200 bags, and I want 150 bags. I'm like, oh crap. That timing wasn't good. So I have been making baits with my hair on fire, trying to get these orders done. Keeping my shop tidy has been low on the totem pole. You're right. You're right. Yeah, it's 11:30 here, so my brunch. I hear that. Yeah, listen, I'm definitely not complaining about keeping up with orders. That is for sure. This time last year, we had so much rain. This is when I'm supposed to be busy. This time last year, I was stressing because nobody had ordered anything. Like my tackle shops reached out to me. They're like, "We're so sorry, but we're dead. The rivers are blown out." I mean, last year was a horrible year for fishing. In my area, so it hurt. This year, woo, buddy, I'll tell you what, especially the smallmouth. The smallmouth are on fire right now. Everybody's setting their new PBs. Like I've had 2 or 3 of my buddies break their PBs twice already this spring. Like break it and then 2 weeks later break it again for smallmouth. They took a year off last year, but they're they're coming at it right now. So, yeah, sales have been pretty good. My website is basically out of stock. I think I got like maybe 20 or 30 bags of baits on there. I have been, some of my more regular customers aren't waiting for the website to get stocked. They're just emailing me or texting me because I go fishing with a lot of my clients. They'll just text me, hey, I see the website's low. Here's what I want. Like, get to me. They know how it works. If they send me the order, I'll get to their order before I stock the website. So they just reach out and go, here's what I want. Let me know when you have it ready and send me an invoice. So, it is what it is. I like it. Yeah, I'll tell you what, too. Head to Minnesota. Going to get on the water with... That's awesome. I would love to go fish with Mike. He seems like a really solid guy. I'd just like to talk to him about playing hockey. That'd be cool. I mean, I never did that, but I do love me some NHL. Yeah, he seems like a solid dude. That should be a really fun trip. I'll tell you, Michael, if you've never thought about it, or if you've never tried it, and you want another avenue for sales, Whatnot. I'll tell you right now, Whatnot is the deal. Like, if it wasn't a fluke and it continues, it's the deal to the point where I'm actually kind of considering letting my website go. Because I don't need it. Heading home from Sheridan, looking forward to the next live. See my fallen rails. I I got some friends of mine that live in Tampa, Florida, but the husband grew up and his whole family lives in Minnesota. And we reached out to them. We were like, hey, we want to come visit you guys this summer in Tampa. And they're like, well, we're going to be in Minnesota because it gets super hot down there in the summer. But you should come to Minnesota. Daniel will love it. We live on a lake and the fishing's amazing. I was like, oh. So I might be in Minnesota at some point this summer doing some fishing. We haven't solidified the plans. It's all just kind of like, oh yeah, we should do that. It's like at that point right now. But if we do, that'd be pretty sweet. I've heard the fishing up there is really good. All right. You don't have to sell things at a discount. You can sell things at whatever you want. And I'll tell you, I mean, obviously there's a lot more that goes into this than just what I see of, knowing you as Bait Chuck and 8-Bit. But let me put it to you this way. I'll send you the video if you want. A buddy of mine actually screen recorded it and texted it to me because he was like, you should get on Whatnot. I fought it. Because when I get on Whatnot and I go and look at the people selling baits, it's like a Tupperware that's empty, and they'll grab a handful of like worms and dump it in and go, well, start the bidding at $5, which is great. There's a market for that, but that's not me, right? I'm pre-rigged hover rigs, not handfuls of worms by the pound. And I was telling my buddy, I was like, I'm not sure Whatnot's going to be good for me, man. My stuff is a little bit more, for lack of a better term, bougie than just green pumpkin. Here I am with green pumpkin, but just handfuls of green pumpkin worms by the pound, And he goes, you need to stop watching those shows. And he goes, wait, tonight I'll text you when one's on. Well, he did, and I told him I can't. We got company over, so he just screen recorded it. There's a company, I don't know if you've heard of them, called 99 Strikes, and this guy was selling core shot Cincos. Granted, core shot, right? But this is why I'm saying you with 8-Bit. The core shot Cincos, they're cool, right? It's a novelty kind of thing, and they just look cool. With having 8-Bit at your fingertips, your baits will look super cool. This guy was selling, and it wasn't a one-off. I sat there and watched video. I mean, my buddy Noah sent me a clip, and he probably went through 5 or 6 of these bags of these core shot Cincos 6-packs that he was selling for $26 a bag on auction. He would start the auction at $8. And they would just sit there and boop, 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 and then you would just watch it 9, 10, 12, 14, 18. And every time somebody bids, it adds 5 seconds to the auction. And this guy, you could tell the guy's going like, what the hell? Like, yeah, okay, guys. I'm telling you, like, if I had 8-Bit at my fingertips like you do, even if you don't have time to do it, hire somebody to just run Whatnot for bait chucking. You can retire on it, I'm telling you right now. Because 8-Bit bait stuff is so freaking dope. And the baits that you can make with it are so crazy cool. You could put them on there and charge. You would end up getting twice what you would charge for them otherwise. And maybe not all the time, but sometimes. I sell the rig, 3-pack of the rig for $9. I started my bidding off at 6. Most of them sold for like 8, 7 maybe. A couple of them sold for 10. A couple of them sold for 12. It's all about the color, and it's impulse. And the more people you get in there, so here's what I started doing once I got comfortable. I've done one show, right? I only had 13 followers, so like it's not like a bunch of people found out I was there. People had to find me naturally. I did this in 3 hours and 45 minutes and had almost $400 in sales. And the first hour, I basically sat there talking to my brother. So I did that in like 2 hours and 45 minutes. I did basically $400 in sales. Once the sales started, it went crazy. Once I got enough people in there and I explained what I was doing, and then I realized that I needed to be a part of it. And once I realized that, that's when it took off. And what I mean by that is I would put a pack of the rigs up at a $6 auction, and somebody, Big Hoss, we'll make names up, Big Hoss and Silver Fox, right? Big Hoss would go bloop and bid $6. And I'd go, oh, hey, thanks, Big Hoss. Hey, you guys really gonna let him have this for $6? Come on now. And then I'd call somebody out who bought a bag, like, hey, Silver Fox, like, I know you like this color. You just bought a bag. Like, you gonna let him take that for $6? And then bloop, Silver Fox will put in a bid. And I'm like, oh, Big Hoss, he just slapped you in the face, man. You're gonna take that from him? And I would literally egg them on, and they'd be like LMAOing, LMO, I mean, just laughy faces everywhere. And those two guys would just sit there and bid against each other. And I'd watch it go from 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then, 10 was usually about as high as it went. And I actually did sell a couple of my cooler colors. A couple of the bags went for 12. I'm sitting here going, good grief, man. I'm at Whatnot charges 3% commission and 30 cents per transaction. So the way that you kind of work that is you bundle. So you don't want to go on there and have people buy one bag of bait at a time, because then they're nickel and diming you for 30 cents a pop. What you do is you go on there and say, hey guys, here's the colors I have. I'm selling a bundle. You get to pick your colors. Here's where it starts. And so they bid on 4 bags. And then when whoever wins, they'll go, I'll take a bag of this, a bag of that, bag of this, bag of that. You take it and you put it in their thing, and then you start again. That way, that one transaction for 4 bags of baits cost you 30 cents. And plus their 3%, but still. 3%, I did the math on it. That's why I'm saying I'm kind of second guessing my website, because I mean, that was my first show. I had 13 followers when I started the show. When I ended it, I had 118 followers. So the next show, obviously 118 people are going to get a notification that I'm live, not just 13. So I mean, it's like a social media platform where people can, with one button, buy, right? They don't have go into cart and then figuring out their shipping. They don't have all those opportunities to exit the sales process. It's this impulse buy. They swipe that button, they bought. There's no backing out of it. It's done. I mean, they can cancel, but Whatnot really protects the sellers. I'm telling you, you should look into it. It's awesome. Yeah, I know. I want to. I need to. I'm actually developing some rig colors in the interference powders. I do shooting stars. I love these. Don't get me wrong. I love these. Please don't take this in any way negative or personal. These are awesome, but this isn't even enough to do a full shooting star batch. If I'm shooting 16 cups of plastic at a time, they're just so small. But those mica shift, the interference, they come in enough where I can dump it in there. So I'm developing some colors of my worms that are going to be 8-bit specific, and the rig. The rigs is what I need to do because they're pre-rigged. So the markup, like the margins are great on the rig. That's the bait I really need to focus on. You're right. I need to develop some 8-bit colors with the rig, but I'm working on that. Yeah, you're right. That cool factor is that's what Whatnot's all about. People get on there and they get that impulse and they swipe that button and that's it. Like they bought it, or at least they bid, unless somebody outbids them. But then competitiveness kicks in, and let's face it, it's the fishing industry. It's mainly dudes, and we're competitive AF. So you don't like being outbid most of the time. But yeah, my brother's been trying to talk me into getting on Whatnot for a while, and I finally did. I called him after the show. He was there. He sat in the whole show. And when I called him, he was laughing when he picked up the phone. He was already laughing. And he was like, I told you. I told you. I was like, holy crap. He said, dude, once it started, I was sitting there going, he's going to run out of baits. I had like 40 bags earmarked for Whatnot, thinking I probably won't sell them all. Those were done in like hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. Like I was coming back to my inventory behind me and pulling bags out and just putting them up. Just selling. And the cool thing about it is if you get to a point where you do that, when you go in afterwards to look and see what you sold, it does a video receipt. So even if you're like, I'm not sure what I sold this guy, you click on video receipt and you can see what you were holding in front of the camera, and there's audio. You can hear yourself going, all right, man, hey, congratulations, thanks for the purchase, blah, blah, blah. And you go, okay, that's what he got. And you go into your inventory. The only thing I'm nervous about is selling baits that I don't have in inventory. If you kind of get out of control with their temporary listings, you start making listings for baits that you think you have in inventory and you don't, you have 48 hours to ship. You have to ship within 48 hours. So, there were 2 bags that I didn't have. Like, I was like, oh crap, ran upstairs at like 11 o'clock at night and made those baits. Thankfully, I did my show on a Friday, and it's not 48 hours, it's 2 business days. So I could make them, let them cure, and then ship them out on Monday, and I was still good. But yeah, my biggest concern is selling baits I actually don't have in inventory. Once inventory is not an issue, once my tackle shops are stocked, it's on. It is on. I'm gonna be on Whatnot every day. Every damn day. Shooting stuff set up. Sounds like that would be good. Yep. Yep. Bait drops for sure. It is a live stream. Sorry, I haven't even been looking at the chat. Yes, it's a live stream auction. Oh, nice. Also, oh yeah, I will hit you up offline for sure. And it doesn't have to be an auction. You can just put a bag of baits up and say, hey, this bag of baits goes, like I was selling Mogambos, they're $12 a bag. I'd say, here's the Mogambos, 15% off. And then that just sits there for like a minute and a half. And people come on, they go, oh, he's running what are they, it's not a buy now, I don't think. Or maybe it is called a buy now. A flash sale. He's running a flash sale. It's very similar to TikTok. It's just, it's not TikTok. Haha. They're not like crazy. Like if you mention a website or like I didn't, well, so what I did, so technically you're not supposed to mention a website on Whatnot, but they're not like, they won't shut you down in the middle of it. At most, you might get an email going, hey, you know, our AI bots picked up that you mentioned your personal website a couple of times in your last live. Please don't do that. Like they're not just like boom and shut you down all Nazi style like TikTok is. But what I was doing, so people were asking, hey, do you have a website, right? And I would go, well, I'm not supposed to, and I would hold my bag up. I'm not supposed to tell anybody what my website is on here. And then you would just see chat, haha, LMAO, got you, brother. And I was on there, and this was also something that I was like, oh, I didn't take this into account. I'm selling baits out of my inventory, and then my phone that I'm using to do it kept having notifications. I didn't pay attention. That's how I ended up selling 2 bags that I didn't actually have. Somebody went to my website and bought 2 bags from my website that I wasn't planning on selling. So when they went into my shop on Whatnot, they didn't see that color. They go to my website, they see the color. I didn't see the sales come through. I go grab the actual baits out, hold them in front of the camera, sold them, and then ended up going, oh crap, I don't have those anymore. So I had to like run and make them. I came upstairs and was shooting baits late into the night to make up for it. But anyway, it's not just effective, it was fun. Like I had a blast doing it. And the sales were good. And if you're selling something really cool, like what you can do, I watch your videos, man. You make some dope baits, some really cool colors. People will eat that up. And you can share links. So when you set up an account on Whatnot, there's a link that's invite a buyer. And dude, with your following and your social media, like you post it on your YouTube and your Instagram and whatnot, and go, hey guys, if you're not on Whatnot, come join my Whatnot. When they do that, it gives them $15 to spend at your show. That it literally, if there's, I think they have to pay shipping, but they can get the product for free if it's $15 or less, and then all they have to do is pay to have it shipped. And the cool thing with Whatnot, with how they do it, they use the flat rate boxes. So like if somebody buys 1 bag of the rig from me, it'll be like, you know, $8 for the rig and $4 for shipping. But then if that person goes and buys another bag like 5 minutes later, it'll be $8 for the rig and like 20 cents for shipping. And then if they buy any more baits from me for like a while, it'll be like whatever the bait was and free shipping until they get into the bigger box of the flat rate. So it kind of it incentivizes the buyer to stay on your channel and buy more and more and more and more and more, because eventually they're kind of getting free shipping. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the kind words are, they're facts. I get it, they are kind, you're right, but they're facts. Your stuff's dope. Your channel's awesome and your baits are really cool. You will have the wow factor on there. I'll get off my, this is like the 4th time I've been on a Whatnot soapbox since I've started doing my live today, just so you know. Everybody I've talked to that I know makes baits, I'm like, check out Whatnot. I need to shut up. I'm about to make the competition so high in there that nobody's gonna be coming to my shows. But yeah, it was really good. There are some businesses on there that I was shocked to see on there. that are like when I go to do expos, they're the ones that have like a 10 by 40, really big, huge setups. Got 8 employees. I mean, these guys they're regional contenders, and they've got guys on Whatnot for like 6, 7, 8 hours a day, and not selling stuff dirt cheap, just selling stuff. It's really, really crazy. It actually is crazy. It doesn't make sense to me, but I don't care. It doesn't. I mean, gravity doesn't make sense to me, but I'm glad that it's there, right? Whatever. I don't have to understand it. I just know that it worked. And theoretically, the longer you do it, as long as your product's good, the more followers you get. Then when you go live, the more people are notified, and if they like your stuff, then you don't have to sit there for an hour waiting for your sales to start. I mean, my brother was on there. My brother does Marvel cards. My brother went on there the other about a week ago, and did $1,100 in sales in like 5 hours. Like, that's just crazy. It's crazy that there are that many people on this app just looking to buy and spend money, but especially right now with the economy the way it is. But whatever, I'll take it. All right, I am actually working on an order, so let me make sure I'm making the right baits. Don't need any more rigs. Didn't order tracers. River rigs. Okay. That is what I need to be working on. Tactical nukes and twitch switches. I'm done. Alright, done on that side. I need to fill the river rig order. It's going to be... Okay. A little math here real quick. 9 shoots. Okay. Cool. I need to take off. I'm jumping to a meeting for work. Let's catch up offline. I want to get you set up. Love to learn more about Whatnot. Absolutely, man. I'll hit you up. I'll look up that email and reach out to you. Thanks for stopping in, brother. I appreciate you. Have a great day. You too, right? Alright, let's get some unrigged Mogambos going. I mean, that's already on there. Honestly, Carl, there are a couple sellers on there that I'm telling you, they'll sell you a pound or two. Like, they don't even sell by the bait or the bed. They sell by the pound. It's just that's why I had my doubts about Whatnot. The ones that I saw, I was like, this is not going to do well for a bait like mine. But there are also people on there who are looking for something really, really cool and different. Um, and I'll tell you, I had tracers on there, didn't sell one. Because I guess they know what tracers are. They know they can get them. But when I started talking about the exclusivity of the rig, the Mogambo, that's what went crazy. I didn't even put the river rig on it. I didn't have any. I had like 2 bags of river rigs. I didn't even waste my time putting them on there. Tactical nukes sold out. I did not tell them that the Twitch switch was not a custom. I didn't tell them it was, but I didn't offer that information. I just said this is one of my finesse worms. I call it the Twitch switch, and those sold really well. I think I may have sold out of those. It's just about the colors. If it's cool, which that's what I meant. That's what I was talking about with Michael. Like using 8-bit stuff, using those the siren scales, stuff. I mean, dude, do some core shots with his color shift and siren scales in the clear shell. You clean house. I mean, literally, you could go on there. You could buy yourself 10 core shot Cinco molds and literally start a business and run it off of Whatnot, just doing core shots based on what I saw. It was insane. I mean, crazy. I'll send you. Noah sent me I've got it. I'll text it to you. I'll text you the video so you can see. I am not kidding. This guy was selling 6 packs of Cincos for $26 consistently. It was insane. Absolutely insane. I can't imagine somebody spending that kind of money on 6 Cincos. Just crazy. Did I hear this thing pull air? I hope I'm not already at plastic. That one's not. Oh, okay. I think the main thing that might keep that from happening on Whatnot is that it's a live sale. Like, they would have to speak the language. I mean, honestly, the language barrier will protect us a bit because all of that, what you're talking about, that's all Asia. And most of those people don't speak English. So they're not going to be able to get on there. And I think it actually, I think Whatnot looks like Noah just got on. So more 8-bit bent rod in the future. Yeah, hopefully. I would love there to be. But yeah, I think the fact that it's a live sell and that people are like talking and having to do stuff like that, I think that might keep it from going the way of eBay. I hear what you're saying though. But I think the live sale aspect of it will buffer that some. Oh, Noah, I wanted to ask you if you're still on. Hold on 1 second. They have worldwide shows. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Are you happy with your sign, Noah? Your bent rod sign? Have you had any issues? Because I have. You'll see it here when I turn it on. Like you can see, the LED strips keep falling off the edge. Like I was really happy with it when I first got it, but honestly, I've taken it off and put that stuff back. I mean, maybe I asked him, should I super glue it? He goes, well, but then if the LED lights like break, then they'll be super glued in. You can't take them out. I'm like, dude, like what the? It's disappointing because you can see that anyway, it's a super cool sign. It's just the execution of the lights on the inside is it will lock you from buying. Oh. Yeah, my back fell off. I mean, it doesn't even stay on. That's what I first asked him about. I was like, hey, should I super glue this on? And he said, oh, well, If you do, then you won't be able to get to the lights if they need to be replaced. And I'm sitting there thinking, dude, why are you selling these things at, I mean, by the time it's all said and done, $50 is what I spent on it, and the back falls off of it and the lights fall down into it. Like, I don't know. I'm disappointed at the quality of the execution of the light up part of it, to be honest. But I already gave them a review because I did it right when I got it and it looked great. Yeah, mine kept falling off too. I put tiny little dab. I put a tiny dab of super glue there and one on the bottom that I knew I could break off if I needed to, which obviously I'm going to have to. Yeah, I don't know. It was cool. It was really cool in concept. If I could figure out a way to keep those LED lights from falling into the sign, then, you know, I'm fine with it, but it's a little annoying. Don't need any more of those. Yeah. Your Mega Bass one? Yeah. Alright. Yeah. That's definitely on there. That's definitely on there here in the States. I mean, I don't know where they're buying them. I'm not saying they're buying them from Ukraine or from China. But I mean, there are some very southern women on one of the, I mean, they're on that, okay, y'all, I'm going to tell you here what we're going to do. I mean, I'm from Alabama. I'm not making fun. I know a southern woman when I hear a southern woman. And trust me, that is not a Chinese or Ukrainian woman on there. That woman is straight up from Tennessee or Alabama. They literally sell by handfuls. I mean, they just dump handfuls of worms in. So $5 a handful. That's where it starts. They bid, and they put another, and they add $5 for every handful, and people just keep bidding. And that's when I told Noah, I was like, I'm not sure this is going to be good for me. He goes, it will. And then he sent me that clip with those Cinco's, and I was like, oh, okay, never mind, it will, and it was. Yeah, Gorilla Baits, that's who it is. Yep, you're right. Oh, really? Interesting. Well, they're selling handfuls of worms. $5 like a handful. Yeah, Gorilla. That's who it was. They always have more people in their show than like anybody else too. That's probably why that's the one I popped into before I got on and tried it myself. Oh, Noah, appreciate you letting me use your address for shipping those bags. They have been ordered. I'll let you know when they ship, but the shipping's supposed to take 26 to 30 days. So I might be back. I mean, it might just be the case that you text me and I just head straight to your house. But I didn't want to risk them sitting on my front step for who knows how long. My luck, they'd come the day after we leave for Panama and they'd sit out there for 2 weeks. So appreciate you, brother. I'll send you the name of the girl I've been working with and the company just in case, because they did make me give them your phone number just in case something with shipping had to happen. Since I was going to be out of the country, I told her, I was like, look, when we go, we don't get, like, it's a vacation. Like, my cell phone doesn't work unless I have Wi-Fi, and we spend as much time on the beach as we can, and there is no Wi-Fi on the beach in Panama. So like, when I go on vacation, it's vacation. I don't want to be on Instagram. I don't want to be looking on TikTok. I don't want to have people texting me or calling me. I was like, so you won't be able to get a hold of me. So she asked for your number. I gave it to her. So I'll send you her name and the business name. That way, if you get like a text or something, you'll know what the heck they're talking about. And I'm not asking you to make any decisions or anything. I'm just saying, you can text me while I'm there. I just will only get it when I have Wi-Fi. Yeah, that's true. That's how bent rod fishing started, Carl. Before I lost my job for the pandemic, my brother and I were ordering from China and drop shipping on Amazon under the bent rod fishing name. I think we sold like, I don't know, 20 transactions, and then when we did the math, we realized we were buying the lures. They were hard baits, like multi-segmented little swim baits. Actually, I have one around here somewhere. If I see it, I'll show it to you. I don't know where it is. But we were buying them for $1.17 a piece. Had them listed on Amazon for $7.95, and when it was all said and done, we made less than $2. Like, that's how much Amazon their pick and pack and process all their fees. When we saw that, we were like, screw that. So we just decided to pull all of our stuff from Amazon. I got a huge box on my front step full of these lures, and we just started selling them at shows and stuff to help keep our money. And then the pandemic hit. We both lost our jobs. Rest is history. We started airbrushing, and then I started doing soft plastics. And when I came up with the rig, took off. Well, I don't want to say it took off, but it started taking off. I'm still in the takeoff process. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. Unrigged Mogambo, green pumpkin, blue flake. It's a good color. Good trailer too. 7, 8, 9, and we're done. Green pumpkin, blue flake? No, man, I've had this for 3 years. Well, 2 years. It hasn't, honestly, it hasn't been super popular for me, simply because I've mainly been selling flukes, and it's just not, I guess it's not really a huge fluke color, more of like a crawl. Creature color is where it's really popular. But I haven't, it's not been a good seller. But Jim and Gina up in PA love it. So here we go. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Yeah, that's why you haven't seen it at the shows. It has not been. I take it to Richmond because we go like full bore at Richmond just in case. So I take every bait I have. But when I do the smaller shows that you've been to, I don't think you've come to Richmond. I don't think so. I don't bring it just because nobody sells it. Now that I have the Twitch switch, I'll be bringing it. I'll bring it in that because it's a really popular worm color. People just don't seem to want it in like a minnow bait color. Yeah, that's rough. Sold for $300 and ended up with $57. I think that would probably do it for me too. Let me get one more. Let me read my gumbo. Gumbo. Ooh, that's pulling air. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Oh, dang. All right. No, I'm going to have to. That's not going to be enough. All right. Melt this down. My back. My neck and my back. Yeah, I plan to, Noah. I haven't made them yet. Uh, I mean, obviously, it's going to be rig heavy because I got all those jigs. Um, yeah, trying to think. I mean, I should probably rerun Fireballs. I mean, it's a good spring color. Ghost Minnow, I did that on there. That's a good spring color. I'll probably do both of those. Um, but I've got a couple other colors that I want to do small batch. That I have them on paper. I've never tried them. So once I get this order, this is big old order. Once I get this done and shipped, oh crap! Actually, Jake's placed their order with me today. So this and that. Once I get those orders fulfilled, man, I'm not gonna have much time. I'll be able to run a couple. I'll be able to run a couple colors by the time I get these orders out of the way. Those are my only two. Sounds like Hoffman's is down. I've reached out to him. He hasn't responded. So I don't know. He was trying to sell his tackle shop this winter. He had it on Facebook Marketplace for like $15,000 for the whole shop. So I'm assuming he's not going to be back in business with him not responding to me. So it's just Jake's and Jim's. So once I get those filled, I won't have any more huge orders. I can just keep up and stock up the website. And really, honestly, I don't even want to stock the website. I just want to make a bunch of baits and sell them on Whatnot. That fast turnaround is where it's at. Do we get any sneak peeksies? Well, I don't have them made yet, but you know where I live, brother. Come on over. You see whatever you want. I ain't holding anything back. You know where I'm at. Although I guess this weekend I will be in like the Harrisonburg area. Got a wedding to go to. All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Look at that. They all come out on the same side of the mold. Yeah, you really just, it's the GoPro. I need a better setup. I'm working on it. Well, and it's the lighting. Definitely the lighting. Yeah, that's true. I wonder, do you know, did Chris ever talk to him about that jig or wire bender? I guess Carl, I don't know if Carl's still on here. Carl, did you ever get a message from a guy named Chris Tedrick about your wire bender? Oh, Chrissy. He might not be in here anymore. He abandoned me. Not from him. Oh. He told me he was going to reach out to you. I guess he forgot or didn't have the time. No more reheating, huh? I think you told me about that. Ouch. Yeah, that wire bender loop maker If we can make the loop smaller, would be killer for a spinnerbait. I think that's what Chris wanted to ask you actually, is if you could make it to where when you used it, the loop was smaller. 'Cause it's a pretty big loop for a spinnerbait. I'm sure you can. I mean, I could see how it worked. You just have to have a skinnier post, I think. But what's going on, man? How you doing? How's it up there in I guess you are up there for me in New Jersey. A little up, more over. Bum, bum, bum. Here we go. Ah. Woo. Get in there. Okay. A great memory. Woo! I would get you in the same room with my wife. Y'all could duke it out. She would vehemently disagree. Although I think she gaslights me every now and then. I think she goes, "Oh, I forgot to tell him about this," and then I'm like, "What? You didn't mention that?" "Yes, I did. You never listened." I'm telling you. Pretty sure she's been doing that. I'm on to you, Shelly. Night shift. Oh man, yeah, it is. I haven't worked a night shift in a long time, but I do remember not being a fan of it. All right. Let's get this. Oh. Come on. My wife. I think all wives do that. Pretty sure. I don't want to generalize, but I'm gonna generalize. I think they all do. My favorite thing, she'll go, "You never listen." And I'll go, "That's because you never shut up." She loves it when I say that. Loves it. There you go. Ha ha. All right. Awesome. That's awesome, man. I started doing that a couple years back to our local team, and it has grown into so much more. A couple of those kids are on my pro staff now. They got recruited to go to college for fishing. Did you guys know that there is a college fishing combine? There is. It's crazy. It's in, shocker, Alabama. And these high school kids go down and fish at, I mean, just like an NFL combine, right? How fast can you run? How high can you jump? They've got like skipping competitions and long casts and how you work your electronics. Like you basically go there and do a combine for fishing, and colleges are there scouting these high school kids for fishing. That blew my mind that even existed. Well, two of the kids in our local, the Frederick County bass team around here, have already been scouted and picked up by colleges. Now, you won't have heard of them. Like, it's not like Alabama and USC and Ohio State. I mean, I don't know. They might. These are colleges I've never heard of. But yeah, they're, and I don't know how much. Like, I don't know if it's like scholarship. I don't know how much they get. If they get like discounts, or I don't know. I don't know how it all works. But I invited them to be pro staff when they were like, "Yeah, we're going to college for this." I was like, "Are you freaking serious, dude? If that was a thing when I was your age, I would have been college bound, 100%." Right? Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Dude, are you kidding me? I mean, I grew up in Alabama, Texas, and Florida. Navy brat. But still, Alabama, Texas, and Florida, and I never heard of this? Come on. Those are like largemouth bass meccas. And we didn't have anything like that. I feel shafted. All right. Yeah. But yeah, I started donating baits to them, and it has turned in actually a Smalley Smasher on here. Me and Noah went and did a bait making day with them. Took all of our Pyrex cups and injectors, and I took all my pigments and most of my powders and Flake, and we he brought his microwave, I brought mine, and we literally had, good grief, how many kids did we have? 15, 16 maybe kids come in to participate, and we taught them how to shoot plastics, how to make baits. Brought all my molds. I think I brought all my molds, most of my molds, if not all of them. Noah brought, I think, all of his molds, and it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of work. No lie. It was. I mean, we were slammed there for a minute, and we were behind the entire time. I had moms bringing their kids in for a 1 o'clock appointment that we didn't even get to their kids till 2. But they were all very gracious, patient, and I've already got some of those kids sending me pictures. Mr. Charles, thank you so much. Look at this 3-pounder I caught on that bait that you helped me make. I'm like, dude, that's what it's all about. I'm telling you, when you start doing that with those high school kids, it gets fulfilling, especially if you get a good group of kids. It's been really fulfilling. It helped that my son fished on that team. When I found out it existed, I was like, come on. You're going to fish in high school. He was all about it. He did pretty good too. I think his first year he qualified for states and got 14th in the state. His team, he and his buddy, his boat, I should say, ended up 14th in the state of Virginia. For a kid who never fished a tournament in his life, I thought that was pretty good. Saltwater. That's freaking awesome. 41 kids, that's a big team too. They got saltwater, so saltwater tournaments? I didn't even know that was so I guess it's not Bassmaster specific. The team around here is like the high school Bassmaster. Or I guess I should say Bassmaster High School Tournament Trail. But that's awesome. Saltwater, done. I wish I lived closer to the ocean, man. I'd be fishing. Bent Rod would have gone away a long time ago. I'd have been way too much of a slacker to keep this going. I'd be out on the salt every day. Every damn day. Oh, gracious. I do love fishing some salt. I'm not good at it, but man, I do love it. Okay, so it's basically a full shot. Gotta find my O-rings. I do not know where they are. Is that them right there? Nope. I'm gonna have to go to Sullenberger's. Had them somewhere. Yeah, everything's more expensive when you go saltwater. That's a fact. It is. And it's more, what's the word I'm looking for? Rigorous on your equipment. Everything, all the way down from a boat to a reel. I mean, if you're in the salt, it messes, that salt water it messes everything up. But man, I love fishing salt. I don't know why. Maybe it's one of those things. If I lived on the coast, I would probably wish that I could fish more largemouth. I don't know. One of those grass is greener things, but I can't wait. I'll be fishing down in Panama next month. I'm hoping to hook into my first rooster fish. Hopefully, when I come back, I'll have some video or at least photos to share in a YouTube video of the world record rooster fish that I caught. I've wanted to land one of those ever since I found out it was a thing. That is one of the coolest looking fish I've ever seen. I had one on first time I went down there. First time I ever fished down in Panama. Went down, had one on, got about 10 feet from the boat, and came unbuttoned. I was heartbroken. Hospital I work at, I look out at the ocean. I hear that. Sorry guys, I know this is boring. I just put some of the remelt in here. I melted it down, but it was chunky, so I got to give the shooting star time to work it into the plastic. Alright, what do we need to shoot? Got my river rig done. We'll do some unrigged Mogambo and finish it up. Kubera, yeah. I have not caught a Kubera. They're, believe it or not, they're, well, I don't know what part of Panama they were fishing at. We were fishing out, that's the only place I fished down there is off the coast of Pedicey. My parents live down there. So we always go there because I stay for free. But the world record roosterfish was caught like literally right in front of my parents' house. Had they been outside, they could have watched them land it like 50 yards off the beach, and their house is on the beach. It's crazy. Huge, massive roosterfish. Oh, I guess I'm sideways, but I'm talking this thing from head to tail was like that tall. It was, you can look it up, massive roosterfish. My stepdad caught one. Talk about salt in a wound. The same day I hook into a rooster, and it got off. My stepdad, and I'm not talking smack. I love this man more than I love most people in the world. But a fisherman, he was not, right? He never fished until retirement. Um, I'm not kidding you. I've only ever seen it in memes. I've never seen anybody do it in real life. But we were trolling, and he had like a deep diving, some kind of a, like a, I don't know what you would call it, like a, not a jerk bait, but I don't know. Big old clear bill on it, a Rapala, decent sized lure, just trolling it down about 30 feet deep, and all of a sudden it starts going, and it was his turn, right? So he gets up and he grabs the rod. I look over, it's a spinning reel, and he's got the reel on top, and he's doing it backwards. I'm like, no. We were recording. I was like, Dave, it's upside down. Dave, it's upside down. He's like, what? I'm like, your reel goes on the bottom. Oh yeah, that's a lot easier. I'm sitting there going, you gotta be kidding. At first we thought it was a Sierra mackerel. Our captain was going, it's a Sierra. And we're like, okay, cool. And it's on my YouTube channel. You can hear it turns sideways, and it's shallow enough where I saw the silver with that black line that it has on the side, and you hear me, it's a rooster, and everybody starts screaming because it was trophy. Like, according to the guide we had, he said it was a trophy rooster. I was just sitting there the whole time, like, I'm proud, I'm happy for him and everything, and he's all excited. I just kept thinking, to think he started this fish with the reel upside down, and I couldn't get mine to the boat. I was a little bitter. We went home. I popped open a couple extra beers that night. I had to drown my sorrows. That's the way to go, man. I mean, you can't really fish it if you're wanting to fish down there and have success in Panama. Like, Pedicey is in like the Gulf of Panama, down on the Pacific side, not the Gulf of like Mexico or America, whatever you want to get. Not the northern side, but the southern side, where the Pacific is. And there's just, to fish from the beach, there's a couple beaches you can fish from, but for the most part, the rocks are just so everywhere, that even if you hook a fish, as soon as it takes off left or right, it's snapping you off on a rock. So you kind of have to have a boat to get out past that. And I mean, you don't go on vacation in Panama and take a boat, right? I'm not that level of anything. Even if I was wealthy, I wouldn't do that. I would just hire a really cool guide. But yeah, if you're not fishing with a guide down there, you're not going to have much luck. And apparently, I talked to locals. There is like basically no freshwater fishing to speak of. The big thing about Panama is it works out really well. When you're down there, it's the Wild West, man. I mean, there are rules, but there's nobody enforcing them. You would think that would mean high crime. It's not. The crime rate in Panama is like exponentially lower than it is here in the States. But like, you go to a beach and it's like, here in the States, you go to a beach and it's like, no pets. Like, that's not a thing in Panama. You want to take your dog to the beach, take your dog to the beach. I mean, there's nobody to stop you from taking cows that you have in your pasture down to the beach, right? Like, it's just the Wild West. Like, if you want to do it, do it. Nobody's going to stop you. And even if somebody does come out and stop you that has any authority, you just go, oh, I didn't know. And they're like, yep, that's cool. Don't let it happen again. Like, it's super chill. I like to compare, even though I wasn't alive then, it really kind of makes me think of like America in like the 50s. Like, there's rules, but for the most part, just, don't murder, don't steal. Like, other than that, just kind of chill. We love it there. And it's really easy to love because my parents live there, so all we have to do is fly. We pay for the plane tickets, and we don't have to get a rental car. We don't have to get an Airbnb or a hotel. My mom misses family, so she wants to cook for us. And when we go out, they're like, don't worry about it, guys, we got it. We're always like, no, we want to buy you guys a meal while we're down here. But it literally only costs us the ticket to get down there. We spend less spending 2 weeks in Panama than we would spending a weekend in the Outer Banks. I mean, it kind of crushed us when my parents moved. Like, I was close with my parents. They were a big part of my life. And my siblings here, we were all kind of like really bummed. But then we started going on vacation. And we're like, it's okay. We forgive you. This is awesome. And they're super happy. I mean, they worked their butts off. They deserve every minute of it. Living on the beach. All right, let's see if we can get this going. And yeah, bless. I'll tell you what, if I never hook into another amberjack, it'll be too soon. That amberjack really, really made me hyper aware of how out of shape I was. There's a reason why they called those things reef donkeys. I hooked into a 40-pound amberjack and I almost intentionally broke the line just so I didn't have to fight that fish anymore. And I've caught a 60-pound tuna, and it was nothing compared to that amberjack. That amberjack had me wanting to give up on life. I was over it. Man, this stuff is not wanting to melt. I mean, it was melted, but really, yeah, it's even pulling back. That's not good. Oh, that's the one. I turned it off. I did turn it off. No wonder. Yeah, okay. Well, that's what happens when you accidentally turn one of your pots off. It's down to 240 degrees. Gonna have to let that come back up. All right. Never been to Panama. Honduras, Nicaragua. That'd be cool. Medical mission stuff. Nice. My parents are making the most of their retirement. Yeah. I am trying to buy a condo in St. Martin. Oh, hey man. Did I ever tell you how much I loved you? We're friends, right? That'd be awesome. Condo in St. Martin? That'd be sweet. Yeah, would be pretty sweet. We're excited. We're going in May. My wife and I are going to be down there in May. We're going for 2 weeks. We're going to spend a couple of days in Panama City, which is exactly, I'm a city. It's skyscrapers. Like, that's not why we go there. But there's like the old town, and it's Spanish colonial, so it's all like the Spanish tiles, everything, like everything's from like the 1800s, 1700s, like everything's super old. It's Casco Viejo is the name of the area we're going to be spending time in for a couple of days. And then we're heading to Pedasí, which is the fishing village that my parents live in. And we'll spend probably about a week, a little over a week at their house. And then we're actually going to head to Boquete. Boquete is in the mountains. And as hot as Panama is, and trust me, it's 7 degrees off the equator. It's hot. Year round in Boquete, it's 75 degrees. Year round. Literally every day. And every plant has some fluorescent colored huge flower on it. Like, you walk outside and the birds that are flying around are toucans and macaws and parrots. I mean, it is one of the most exotic paradise on earth places I've ever been in my life. And unfortunately, it has been taken over by white people. Listen, I don't hate my own race, but they're kind of ruining it, if I'm being honest. The first time we went there, everything was small and quaint, and locals were everywhere. And it's just like, I don't go to a Central American country I'll quote my mom. Because my parents were considering moving to Boquete. We went and spent about 2 days there, and my mom, in the middle of a restaurant, in front of all these expats, 99% of them spoke English. I said, so what do you guys think? Do you think you want to buy here? And my mom, I'll never forget it, said, if I wanted to retire around a bunch of fat white people, I'd be in Southern Florida. Everybody at that restaurant went. They looked at us, my wife and I were like, oh shit, we're about to get in a fight. Oh yeah, my mom does not care. She has ran out of anything to give. So yeah, they found Pedasí, which was much more off. Well, it was off the map. It's becoming a popular place. They're actually, last time I talked to them, they were somewhat looking into the possibility of selling their house and going to a different part of Panama that wasn't being overrun by expats. But I have a feeling eventually the whole country will be. I mean, that Costa Rica 20, 30 years ago was the same thing. there were some expats, and now it's basically California. It's just a bunch of white people, and everything's super expensive. It's crazy how that happens. You move there because everything's cheap, and then the more white people that move there, the more expensive it gets. Everybody raises the prices, everything goes up. That's what happened in Boquete anyway. That's what's happening all over Panama. Psh, that's what I'm talking about, man. I don't even need a bedroom. Give me a couch. I will be down. What was that? Man, this is going to take forever to get back up to town. Well, that is a first. I've never accidentally turned a pot off before. Starting to look better. All right. Come on, baby. Just a couple more shots and we're done. Yeah, that's better. I might even be able to shoot it now. Yeah, let's give her a shot. Let's try. Back in the money. Right. That turned off. Who's drinking? Yep. Looking pretty sweet. Wish I could get a better angle for you for the color. Did I get that stuff mailed? Your baits? No, I have not. I haven't finished making them yet. I have not, Carl. I got hit by both of my tackle shops with huge orders, and my tackle shops used to just send in their orders, but now I have a back room, I guess. You can't see it on there, but I've got a place on my website where they go in and order and they pay. So I kind of have to get them their stuff made as soon as possible, because now they're paying for it before when they order it. Whereas they used to just send me emails. So no, I had to put that production on hold when I got these huge orders. But I mean, I plan on sending you quite a bit. I mean, I could send you what I have, but it's not the amount that I wanted to send you, and I'd rather not break it up into multiple shipping boxes. Did you see my text message where I told you the length of those rods for the shooting star there, Carl? I wasn't sure if you got it. You didn't respond to it. Oh, the text? Here, I'll tell you. I think it was 25 millimeters. Carl. Where are you, Carl? Here you are. Yeah, it was the last one I sent you. 25 millimeters. Dang, that goes down so fast. Oh, hey Carl, was she able to get those sliding nuts for the backstop in the mail? Kind of forgot about that. Actually. Yeah, Dave's a solid dude. He we did a sticker swap. Did I get baits from him too? Man, it's been a while. I'm kind of forgetting if I got baits from. I think I did. I think I got some baits from him. Yeah, yeah. I see it back down there now. Yeah, he's a cool guy. Right? Yeah, that's when my wife and I realized, because I own a tackle company, small business. When we go to Panama, as long as I fish while I'm down there, it's all market research. It's all tax deductible. We don't spend much, but what we do spend, write them off. All right, you good? Oh, we good. Yep. Look good. Hmm. Nice trailers. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 6. Okay. We need 2 more. You know, I was doing these for inventory, but I'll just put I'll put all these Orneric Mogambos in a bag for you, Carl. Add that to your order. Those should do pretty well, I would think. Curly tails, you do well on curly tails out there, Carl? Salmon, trout. These are kind of big, maybe bigger salmon. Walleye, I bet. For sure, walleye. I'll send you a bunch of unrigged Mogambos too. That way you can use them however you want. Oh, looks like that. I think we just pulled some air. Last week. Oh, sit the nuts? Awesome. Cool. I plan on getting another mold. It'll be nice to be able to added to this. All right. Anybody ever thinks about getting a shooting star, and you ever wonder best way to clean out your injector when you're done? This is it. Now fight anybody who says different. No, I'm kidding. But I've tried a lot of different ways. This is it. WD-40, your injector, while it's still hot. I just finished up my plastic. Squirt some in there. Squirt some in there. Let it sit in there for a minute. And then come down hard. There you go. Out. And if you really want to be kind to the injector, take some WD-40. And clean off these rods while it's out like that. Get them all nice and lubed up, and she'll be ready to go when you start her up again. Perfect. Well, yeah, for sure the bass. I wasn't sure what your bass situation is in Wisconsin. Mainly smallmouth, right? And you said that, if I'm not mistaken, you said the smallmouth are on the smaller side compared to like what we have out here. If I'm not mistaken, I thought you said that. Maybe I was talking to somebody else, but I didn't think bass was one of the fish that you targeted as much as like walleye and salmon and trout and stuff like that. But yeah, I got, let's see, just plus this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 24. I got 30 of them. I'll add them to your shipment. I assume green pumpkin works. It's pretty universal. Out there, I mean. I know it works. Can't move that. See if I can fit this down here. Yeah, that works. All right. Perfect. Perfecto. Oh yeah. Trout. Yeah, I didn't think the trout would go for the Magumbo, but maybe salmon, huh? Like bigger ones anyway. Although I'll tell you, trout surprise me sometimes. Trout around here, I caught a not even big, decent brown on the rig out here in a river that wasn't even supposed to have trout in it. Shocked. Talk about shocked. I was positive it was a smallmouth. I mean, a wimpy smallmouth based on how it was fighting, but I assumed it was a smallmouth until they got shallow. I'm like, is that a freaking trout? And sure enough, choked down a 5-inch split tail hover rig. I was shocked. Good. That's good. Heat's off. Stirrers are off. Injector is clean. Need to clean out my dropper and we're good. Alright guys. And then there were 5. Thanks for hanging out. I think I'm gonna go ahead and end it. We're done with the run. Thanks to everybody who popped in, said hi, kept me entertained. You guys take it easy, and as always, stay bent and all.